Good morning. Welcome to today's symposium. My name is Kirsten Matthews. I'm the Fellow in Science and Technology Policy at the Baker Institute. Thank you all for joining us. We really appreciate it. This is actually our first in-person event for the program. We haven't been together in 2 years, so we're really excited to be here today. We're excited to welcome all of you, those people who are here in person, as well as those joining us online on Zoom. Today's event is Developing the Next Generation of Civic Scientists. It's a collaboration between the Baker Institute Science and Technology Policy Program and 2 student groups, the Rice Science Policy Network and the Baker Institute Student Forum. The event really is part of what we do at the Science and Technology Policy Program, our Civic Scientist Program, which aims to increase engagement of scientists and engineers with society to increase knowledge as well as interest in science. The term civic scientist was penned by Dr. Neil Lane, who's in our audience right there, one of our panelists this morning. He'll be here, while he was the director of the National Science Foundation. A civic scientist is someone who uses his or her scientific knowledge, accomplishments, and skills to bridge the gap between science and society. Today's event celebrates several civic scientists, including Dr. Lane, as well as provides an opportunity to develop our next generation of civic scientists. Several of them I see in the room here today. As our nation and the world wrestles with the new phase of the pandemic and the imminent need to curtail the effects of climate change, science and our understanding of science has become more vital as well as challenged. Only through engagement, listening, learning, and collaborating with the public can we move forward. Today's event would not have been possible, though, without our sponsorship for the Civic Scientist Program, and I would like to thank Winifred and Benjamin Chang, as well as sponsorship from the Weiss School of Natural Sciences and the Brown School of Engineering at Rice. In addition, I would also like to thank all of the Baker Institute staff, including Daniel Morale, Flora Naylor, and Laura Holtz, who organized today's event, as well as members of the Rice Science Policy Network and the Baker Institute Student Forum. To start our day and moderating our morning sessions is the president of the Rice Science Policy Network. He's also a Baker Institute Developing Civic Scientist Leader intern and a Rice graduate student in bioengineering, Adam Navarra. Adam and his colleagues developed the Rice Science Policy Network in the summer of 2020 in the middle of a pandemic to bring together Rice graduate and undergraduate students interested in science policy. As an intern in the Developing Civic Scientist Leaders program, he also helped raise awareness with our state policymakers and our federal policymakers of the importance of funding basic science research. In addition, he was an inaugural Texas Science Policy Fellow, where he worked with an immunization nonprofit, the Immunization Partnership, to promote vaccine policy to Texas legislators session. Adam did this all while continuing to conduct research with Dr. Tony Mikos in his lab at Rice University, which is quite impressive, I would say. This involves developing bioinks to do 3D printing of bone and tissue cartilage, something he could speak of way better than I can, so I won't. So would you please join me in welcoming Adam to the stage?
Thank you, Dr. Matthews. Good morning. Whew. After months of planning, it's very nice to see everyone here finally. My name is Adam Navarra, and as Dr. Matthews mentioned, I am a PhD student in the Department of Bioengineering here at Rice, as well as the primary student leader of the Rice Science Policy Network. Rice SciPol is a student group here at Rice centered around discussing science policy issues, developing members for future careers in policy, and advocating for science-backed policies in our community here in Houston. For those of you who may be hearing of us for the first time through this event, I'd like to take just a few minutes to introduce some of our work and our goals that we have both for our organization and for this symposium. Rice SciPol was started in the summer of 2020 by a group of students who had attended a science policy seminar course within the Baker Institute. Dr. Kirsten Matthews and Dr. Kenny Evans were kind enough to serve as our faculty sponsors as a student group here at Rice, and we registered as a chapter for the National Science Policy Network. During these first years, spent almost entirely on Zoom, Rice-SciPol members have pursued their personal passion projects. For example, Catherine Brink and Shubham Tripathi wrote an opinion piece calling for the protection of the immigration status of international graduate students, which was published in Houston's largest newspaper, the Houston Chronicle. This then further developed into a published white paper where they provided a more in-depth analysis on the importance of immigration policies in the STEM workplace. Jordan Metz, who you'll meet later today, helped organize and moderate a series of lectures within the Baker Institute that covered discussions on climate change, science communication, and policy within the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy. I myself worked on providing up-to-date COVID infographics featuring local data to provide members of our Houston community with locally relevant information during the constantly evolving COVID situation. And finally, Melody Tan, who is one of the primary driving forces behind Rice-SciPol's formation, developed a pilot program for a statewide science policy fellowship. She spearheaded a collaborative effort between the Rice Colleges of Natural Science and Engineering, the Baker Institute, the Academy of Medicine, Engineering, and Science of Texas, or TAMIST, and the Immunization Partnership, an advocacy organization that advocates for science-backed vaccination policies in Texas. The inaugural fellows of this program, which was named the Texas Science Policy Fellowship, worked closely with the Immunization Partnership to prepare policy memos and infographics for distribution to state legislators to provide them with scientific information regarding the bills that they were voting on. This fellowship culminated in a trip to the Capitol in Austin to attend hearings and speak with legislative offices, as well as a policy brief assessing the equitability of the COVID vaccine rollout in Texas that was published in collaboration with the Baker Institute. This fellowship in particular is something that we would be interested in expanding to other institutions here in Texas. And so if this sounds like something you'd like to help support and organize, and you are in another institution here in Texas, certainly feel free to track me down today or reach out to me afterwards. In addition, if you are a student at Rice and are interested in becoming a member of Rice-SciPol, our doors are always open. Please track me down or reach out to me, and I can make sure you end up on our mailing lists to keep up to date on meetings and events. We're very excited to host a wonderful slate of speakers today. There will be a Google form available for you to submit questions for each speaker during our moderated Q&A sessions. For those of you attending in person today, you can access that form via a QR code on your table. And for those of you on Zoom, there should be a link available. In addition, we have dedicated time at the end of our symposium today for organized discussion groups, in which you can meet and discuss specific topics of interest with other attendees. We're doing this because we would love to provide the opportunity for collaborations to arise and for a coalition of passionate students and scientists to grow and advocate for positive change in Houston, Texas, or for our more distant attendees over Zoom on a national level. So with that, I hope for a chance to meet and speak with many of you today, and especially this afternoon during our discussions. We have a number of sponsors we'd like to thank, which also includes funding from the Student Activities Partnership Fund and the Rice Graduate Student Association. In addition, the Baker Institute Student Forum assisted greatly with helping advertise this event on campus, and so I'd like to introduce their president to say a few words about their organization. Andrew Wan is a senior at Rice University studying political science and cognitive science. He is the current president of the Baker Institute Student Forum, for which he has been involved with since his freshman year. Please welcome Andrew.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. Thank you, Adam, for that introduction, and thanks for having me for some quick remarks about today's event. On behalf of the Baker Institute Student Forum, welcome to the Rice Science Policy Symposium. When Adam and Jordan first reached out to us about co-sponsoring this event, we were thrilled, not only because it was such a great opportunity to promote science policy and civic responsibility, but also because they had done so much work in planning already, and that we barely had to do any of the work. So we just had to really advertise this event for them. So on behalf of Baker Institute Student Forum, props to the Science Policy Network for putting on such a great event today. Thanks to them, we have some fantastic speakers and opportunities for learning and networking today. And we are especially happy that undergraduates have also been included in today's event. To give some quick background on what the Baker Institute Student Forum does, we were founded in 2002 to provide a link between the Baker Institute and the student body. We are an undergraduate organization focused on promoting public policy among students, and this year we have invited speakers and panel discussions on a variety of topics, such as the Afghanistan withdrawal, the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and vaccine equity, in order to educate and foster discussion within the student body. But the Baker Institute Student Forum has also always been interested in engaging undergraduates in policy, not only as a general interest area, but also as a profession. And while the Student Forum has hosted some career-oriented events in this past year, including an internship fair here around like 2 weeks ago, I think, none of these events have been as large or as in-depth as today's policy symposium. To that end, today's event is a terrific opportunity to explore the intersection of science and public policy through lectures from prominent civic scientists, and we hope that everyone here, from early professionals to graduate students to some undergrads here today, finds something useful or inspiring here today. And now I'll welcome back Adam to introduce our first speaker.
All right. I think this may be the first conference or symposium I've ever attended where we ran ahead of schedule instead of behind schedule. Dr. Bankston is currently, we told her we would speak at 10, so we still have a few minutes to kill here before Dr. Bankston is available. So go ahead and talk amongst yourself. I'll come back up when we have her on Zoom. Thanks. All right. So we are ready to go now. We've got Dr. Bankston on the line. So our first speaker today is Dr. Adriana Bankston. After earning her PhD in biochemistry, cell, and developmental biology from Emory University, Dr. Bankston served in a number of public policy leadership positions for organizations such as the Future of Research, the National Postdoctoral Association, and the American Society for Cell Biology. She was a policy and advocacy fellow at the Society for Neuroscience before accepting her current position as a principal legislative analyst for the University of California Office of Governmental Relations. In addition to her work with the University of California, Dr. Bankston is involved with a number of organizations that empower early career scientists, including Advancing Research Impact in Society, the STEM Advocacy Institute, and not least of which as the Chief Executive Officer of the Journal of Science Policy and Governance. With an impressive record of science, advocacy, and mentorship, I'm thrilled to introduce to you today Dr. Adriana Bankston.
Great, thank you so much for the invitation. Let me pull up the slides. Great. All right, well, thank you very much for inviting me here today to talk to you about how students and early career researchers can engage with science policy. As was said in the introduction, I'm a legislative analyst at the University of California Federal Government Relations, and also the CEO for the Journal of Science Policy and Governance. And I've listed our Twitter handles here. Feel free to tweet with my handle, all SciPol Journal as well. So just before I start, I have to say that this is my personal views and not my employer's. So I thought I'd start with a little bit of basics about science policy and how we define national science policy according to the book Beyond Sputnik. National science policy is defined as the set of federal rules, regulations, methods, practices, guidelines under which scientific research is conducted. And there are two fundamental concepts: science for policy, which means that scientific findings are used as a basis for developing public policy, and policy for science, where government rules, regulations, and policies affect the practice of science, and this is it's focused on these regulations. So these are just concepts to keep in mind as we'll go through the presentation and with background. So when thinking about this as an early career scientist, why might want to engage in policymaking? So it provides exposure to a variety of ways of thinking and also expanded understanding of the world. Allows you to think about how to push your ideas forward effectively to your intended audience. And as I've seen in my role at UC and before, it really gives you an ability to address a set of problems that you really care about and make a difference on those issues, which is why this career path is so exciting. And you can really think about making a bigger picture impact on a larger scale than you would if you were working at the bench. And not the least of which, engaging the community and the public, as well as policymakers, which is important for scientists to do, especially in pandemic times, but very relevant to today's workshop as well. So where can you do science policy? There are a number of settings. Obviously, I'm at a university, so that's one kind of option. These positions will differ based on the type of work you do. Some are more research-based, so think tanks and universities, as well as professional societies, nonprofits, and again, some of them can lobby, so probably the ones on the left side here, and others don't, but they provide the background information that is used often by advocates to work on these issues on the Hill and advocate for specific issues. And try to push different positions forward. So obviously that happens on Capitol Hill. Again, biotech is another option. And then you'll have funding agencies and federal and state governments, which design some of these policies on the back end. So depending on what you're interested in, there are a number of settings for this. And again, there are also options in terms of what you want to do sort of day to day. So I wanted to show a few job titles that I often show to students when you go on job searches. It can be overwhelming if you see all these different titles. So roughly can be broken down by research and reporting on policy, which is usually an analyst position. If you like communicating about and promoting science, you might look at jobs like public affairs officer, for example. For programs, again, health program specialist is a position that is often seen in government roles. And higher level sort of public service, again, you could be a policy advisor, or you can work on the Hill in the personal office or in committee. And these also differ based on, as I said, sort of more research-based roles versus more people-oriented sort of lobbying in the Hill sort of roles. So most of these are, I would say, are probably in between. You kind of do a little bit of everything, but good guidelines to look at if you're looking for positions. And again, I often, I get this question from students: what should I think about? What skills should I develop if I'm interested in policy? So what I would say is, as a scientist, you already have subject matter expertise, which policymakers look for. And you also understand how the scientific process works, have done data analysis, which comes in handy in a research position in policy. And you also have critical thinking and project management skills, which again are important day to day in these positions. And what I would say to think about developing, obviously communicating with non-scientists, which is different from your colleagues in the lab, analyzing your audience, and also building consensus. So obviously this is very common in terms of if you're trying to advocate for a position at the Hill, there will be a number of stakeholders involved that will sort of try to push specific position that they'll have to agree on. And obviously audience analysis is critical to being able to really hone this message to who you want it to go to. And lastly, networking and professional relationships. Obviously, these are key to advancing in a policy career, and is something that can really help you move forward and really learn about what different individuals are doing in their policy positions as well. So another question I get often: how do I learn about science policy? What should I read? Where is this information? It's really everywhere. So I would encourage you to engage in discussions on social media, for example, your local science policy chapters, which a lot of universities have. I will say that writing, and we'll go into a little bit of this, but writing is a big part of the job, obviously, all these policy positions. It's really important. If you can write something that is not academic, like op-eds on blog posts, as you're sort of in transition, if you're thinking about policy careers, it's helpful to do writing kind of that's not academic, sort of outside your comfort zone, to get used to this kind of writing. Informational interviews are great for getting to know people and what they're working on. I'm always happy to talk to students sort of one-on-one, talk about my career path, and help guide them as well. And a lot of people who have transitioned are happy to do that as well. So definitely reach out to folks to learn about what they do day to day. If you want to get more in depth into this, you can call your representative, as they like to hear from constituents. And you can also join science policy groups or apply for fellowships if you really want to make the transition into the field, and that's a good way to do that. And I'll touch upon a little bit of my experience as well. And the last sort of background question: how do you set yourself apart? This is, I think, science policy is becoming a popular field for scientists who want to do this, and I think that's good. But also it's sort of, it's a crowded space. You kind of have to set yourself apart, build a niche, and sort of get people to know you and what you're interested in. So again, when I get questions from students about how do I do this, I usually say that finding an issue that you're really passionate about and let people know that. Tweet about it, write a blog post, get on a podcast, talk about your issues of interest, and people will start to notice and hopefully invite you to different things to talk about those issues if you sort of become an expert in them. So you're sort of starting from scratch, but it's a good way to get people to know you and looking for ways to gain experience. And we'll talk a little bit about this. And really showing your excitement and commitment to the issue. If you find something that you're really interested in, you can really build your portfolio around a number of different activities to show that you're really interested in the topic. So I wanted to now spend a few minutes to go over my career trajectory, which is highlighted in the introduction, because I think it provides some good examples in terms of the kinds of things you can look at and think about that's more tangible. So I got my bachelor's in biological sciences from Clemson, my PhD from Emory. I was a postdoc at U of L, really was set on an academic career. During the postdoc, I started thinking more about other options. U of L actually didn't have a lot of resources for postdocs, so I started this craft seminar, which brings speakers to talk about careers. You can see two of the images here. We had a couple of policy talks and really starting to learn more about this. But a good way to do this is to get involved at your university in these kinds of programs, either attend the sessions or create some sort of program. It's a good way to learn how to do this and will help you meet people. The other side is I joined a Postdoc Committee, which again had sort of talked about postdoc policies and institutions, how we can support them. And it was interesting to see how universities function from a policy standpoint. And then the other two things I would say kind of strategically, one is cultivating a national level interest, as was already mentioned, with the National Postdoc Association, the Graduate Career Consortium. So in my interests, given that they were around training, I looked for national organizations that were training students and postdocs and learning how that's done to see if that's something I might want to do. Really was helpful to grow the network that way. And then engaged also locally a little bit in policy through the Kentucky Academy of Science. So we actually created an award for societal change that is still there and rewards researchers who do sort of public engagement. So that's kind of one strategy and good starting point to do something locally at your institution, in your state, and also look at what organizations are working on issues of interest nationally. So in my, again, perspective, sort of I was at the institution, I became interested in how universities can support the next generation in terms of career options and also for science policy careers as I transitioned myself to this field. And that experience really gave me, made me become interested in advocacy for students and early career researchers in universities, and again, looking for groups that were working on these issues. So as was already mentioned, Future of Research is a nonprofit that advocates for early career scientists. I was involved with them for a number of years in leadership roles and organizing some events to hear early career perspectives and collecting data from universities to publish and try to push for policy changes that would support trainees in universities. And so this is one example of the kinds of projects we worked on. So we looked at how institutions would comply with the Fair Labor Standards Act, which you may remember, this was in 2016, mandating that universities increase postdoc salaries. So if you made under a certain amount, they would be increased across the board. And so we did this study to look at how institutions across the country would comply with that. Then we also still remain interested in this topic. And so we tracked postdoc salaries from institutions. You can see the image on the right, and published this from a number of universities where the salaries vary based on titles. And this became a good research project, but also it was the first time that I really saw the connection between federal policy and universities and how we might be able to support trainees from a policy perspective and what that looks like at the federal level. So this was really kind of the start. As was mentioned, I did a fellowship with Society for Neuroscience. This fellowship was really instrumental in the transition in that I helped plan the Capitol Hill Day. I attended briefings, learned how things work on the Hill, and learn how to read legislation and the budget, read the budget numbers that were interesting for specific research areas, including neuroscience, and a lot of writing. Again, this is, I'll emphasize this again. So one thing is I wrote the Congressional Testimony, which is what the SFN president would use to testify in Congress. Contributed to Advocacy Network newsletter. This is a newsletter that goes, I think, every month to SFN members and summarizes all federal issues of interest to the society. And contributed to judging applications for the Early Career Policy Ambassador. So this is a training program they have. I think they accept maybe 10 students every year who come to the Hill Day and do advocacy during the year. So this was, again, a good blend of kind of advocacy, policy and training all in one, and really liked my time there. So this is a good way to transition and learn how things are done. And I also wanted to share a few other things. As again, Adam mentioned in the intro, I have been involved in a number of positions, and kind of the strategy here, I guess, is that since I was already involved with the National Postdoc Association and starting to be interested in policy, I joined their advocacy committee, their writing team, again, learn how to write policy. ASCB was my society where I presented research from as a grad student, as a postdoc, and again, joined their public policy committee. So another tip here, your society probably has a policy committee or science communication or opportunities to get involved. So definitely look for that. Continuing with my interest in graduate education, I was co-chair of their committee for NSPN for a year, and then locally, and then more recently, leading the education task force for the Women in Government Relations, which is, again, now being in this field, trying to understand how things work and trying to network and meet folks who are in this field. So that's like a tip, again, kind of where you want to go and see who's in that space. Locally, I was involved until recently with the SFN DC chapter. So once I left the fellowship, still wanted to be involved with the society. Local engagement, again, is a good way to do events and meet people who are sort of closer to your interests and be able to do local events with them. But again, the same sort of thing here, local, national engagement kind of at the same time, not all the same time, but overlapping to build different skill sets and work with different groups of interest around sort of training, graduate education, and again, have a common thread throughout all of these experiences. So leading to today, so in my current job, we advocate for University of California system with Congress, administration, and federal agencies. So again, very fitting for someone who has come from the bench. I really enjoy being on the policy side and kind of liaising between researchers and policymakers. And we also perform legislative analysis and engage in advocacy for policy topics that impact universities. We also meet with program directors from different agencies to learn about grant opportunities that UC researchers can apply to or may be competitive for. And we plan and execute a number of events. Obviously, they've been virtual as of late, but Capitol Hill visits and briefings where UC researchers can present their work. And again, you can sort of see the similarity here. A lot of this I had already started doing in the fellowship. So again, good way to gain access to this, but these things are quite common, I think, in these positions. So I wanted to show just two examples of impact, what I think I've been able to accomplish here. You know, if you're thinking, okay, I'm doing all this training, what can I actually achieve in policy once I'm in this role? So one thing I'm really proud of, this briefing that we organized with grad students and postdocs in the UC system. They talked about pandemic impacts on their research, and we had Hill staff attend, and the stories really resonated with them. And so we are now including students more actively in our advocacy days, which is really nice to see. Unfortunate that they had to sort of speak on this and they're impacted by the pandemic, but it actually became a good strategy for advocacy. And it's always, of course, given my interest, it's great to see their voices being highlighted on the Hill and with staff. The other thing, I wrote this amendment, which writing bills in itself is a skill set to learn. But essentially, this is for the NSF for the Future Act, which you may have seen. It's been circulating for about a year. This article is from last June. But the language included professional development funding for postdocs. First of all, they didn't have postdocs in that section of the bill that relates to training, so we added that in. And in addition, we added a section about funding for professional development. And so this will hopefully move forward. So this passes, will become a law, which is exciting. So this is the sort of thing that I think even getting your language in the bill is quite challenging, and was a great accomplishment to see that happening. So just wanted to highlight this to kind of point out that this is a way of making impact in the field. There's a lot of questions about what does it mean to make an impact in policy, but if you're working on legislation, this is the sort of thing that you might be able to do and really advance something substantial. So in the last section, I'll switch now again to tell you about the journal. So again, and emphasizing this again, because the journal is a great way to obviously learn how to write and edit articles and publish. It's been a good sort of stepping stone for students who want to go into the field. And I think it's really valuable what the experiences that you can gain in publishing here. So I want to just give a little background on what we do and what we offer, and hopefully pique your interest in JSPG. So we are an international open access and peer-reviewed journal, and also a nonprofit. JSPG was established 10 years ago by leaders in the field, and it's really a unique platform for them to publish, or for early career authors to publish policy work from a number of topics. In addition to publishing, we also serve as a vehicle to elevate the published articles and the ideas from a number of policy areas. And we really try to be more than just a journal, in that we want to be a place where authors can engage, discuss their ideas. We organize a number of events and trying to link more what they're publishing to the policymaking process and help them engage in the process at different levels of government. And then, so we serve as an independent, free and open source forum for debate and discourse in policy. We publish in a variety of formats, which you can see here, from shorter papers like memos and op-eds to longer papers like policy positions and other articles. As I said, we cover every corner of science and technology policy. You can see some of the topics here, and then you can see more on our website as well, but it's quite broad on purpose, so we can publish a number of topics here. But I did want to share a few calls for submissions that we have currently, which is really exciting, and a lot of opportunities for publishing and learning about policy. So one, which we just launched yesterday actually, is on youth involvement in digital health with the Lancet and Financial Times Commission on Governing Health Futures. This is a really novel idea. This report came out at the end of last year, and really looking to engage youth in the future of digital health. The second one is an open science policy, which is sponsored by UNESCO and the UN Major Group for Children and Youth. We're also working with the Global Young Academy Open Science Working Group. Again, open science is a big topic globally. UNESCO released the first sort of definition of open science at the end of last year, and it's a global discussion. Again, we're trying to engage trainees in this conversation. We just had a webinar today, and more events around this to give them some insights into what's being discussed, but also help them write papers on this topic. And the third is on science diplomacy. This is something new for us, but is sponsored by the University College London, and we have a number of outreach partners who are doing sort of global work in diplomacy. This has been a great set of events so far. The deadline is coming up, so still time to submit. Again, diplomacy is also a growing discussion in the field, and really excited to be able to hopefully bring the new voices to this topic and see what they submit to the issue. And the last one is a standard issue with the AAAS, Science Technology Policy Fellowship Programs, and we worked with them for the past couple of years. Because this is not a topical issue, the standard issues are sort of broad. You can submit on any topic. So instead, we're doing career events, career webinars. We will do a writing workshop to think about policy writing, as well as a number of events also in the coming months. So all these calls for papers, we organize a number of trainings leading up to the submission deadline. And then we try to also highlight publications once they're published. So I'll share some of our channels with the organizers if you'd like to pass it on. But we have a number of different events sort of leading up to the submission deadline. So these include, as I said, webinars and workshops, which you can see online. We also partnered last year with UC Irvine's GPS STEM to create this virtual science policy and advocacy certificate program, which we'll hopefully offer again this year. And it's another way to learn policy in terms of writing and elevator pitching and so on. Another resource is the Editorial Board. Again, this comes back to how to engage. This is an early career board where again we have trainees submitting, and they really are part of shaping what's going into the journal. They have a way to provide input into submissions that we accept, and they're able to read policy and edit policy in a number of topics. So another good opportunity for professional development. Our current application cycle just closed, but we'll have it again in the summer in July. So we encourage you to apply for that as well. And the last sort of part of this is, as I said, once we publish, we don't want to just be, have articles online and nothing happens to them. So how do we engage or get these ideas sort of out into the public? So a few things, we try to get the authors to present the papers to different partners or conferences. So you can see here, we had authors presenting, so presenting to the British Embassy through a special issue on climate solutions that was sponsored by the UK Science and Innovation Network. And so that's what they did here. They presented to the embassy online, which is exciting. We also try to submit conference panels based on the published articles. So we've had a number of these different conferences. We have a podcast where we interview authors. It's another incentive to give them another way to speak on what they published. And we are working on media engagement. So for example, here is an article from Northwestern highlighting students who published in the journal in 2021, but we're also looking for other avenues to highlight what they published again and really engage the media, which is a work in progress. So that's really all I had to say. So I wanted to share all of our links here. I'm happy to send this around as well, and all of our call for submissions that we have at the moment. I'm happy to chat more about the journal or any career questions that you have. This is my contact. Feel free to reach out. Again, also by email if you'd like to talk more about policy. Always happy to talk to trainees. And thank you again for listening.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Bankston, for that really informative presentation. So we're going to have a short Q&A with Dr. Bankston here today. And as a reminder, you can find the access to submit your questions via the QR code at your table or the link in the Zoom. So our first question, Dr. Bankston, comes from our audience. It It asks, so you emphasize the importance of writing in your talk, and we're wondering, could you speak about how the process of writing may differ between preparing a research manuscript versus preparing a policy manuscript for the journal?
Yeah, so I would say most policy writing is very sort of high level. So you're starting, you sort of flip the argument from sort of introduction background to really putting the main point first, and then you kind of unpack the argument from there. JSPG itself is a little bit more academic in a sense because we are a journal and we have scholarly work, work that is obviously evidence-based and referenced, and the peer review does make it a little bit more academic, I suppose. So the format is more in that way because we're trying to teach students how to sort of formulate this argument for the journal, and again that becomes a good tool for their career to use on having this paper. I think in policy, other than through JSPG, again, things are much more concise and short. You kind of, again, put the bottom line first. So I've given a lot of presentations about this, how that's different from the academic writing. And to sort of extend this to what I kind of do day to day, there tends to be a lot of collaboration in science policy in terms of writing and drafts. If you're coming up with, say, a position on climate change, that sort of document goes through a lot of approvals and different edits. And then we'll eventually go to the Hill, but it's that whole process of what I was sort of alluding to, this consensus building, collaboration, and pushing a position forward is a lot of that sort of in the back end of any document you're working on in policy. So that may or may not be the same in academia. Policy tends to be a very sort of, common ground sort of work where you, again, are pushing a position, but it's probably the work of 20 people on the back end. And then you say, okay, our university endorses this, or so on and so forth. But it's a very collaborative process. So that's also something to get used to, is kind of going through that process when you're putting out a policy statement on the Hill, for example.
Thank you. And so there's probably more than a few students in the audience today who would be interested in perhaps writing a piece for the journal. Do you have any advice for how they could get started?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So I'll share our links here to some of the things I mentioned. I would recommend attending some of the events that we're putting together prior to the submission deadline. So we'll have a couple of writing workshops for a specific topic. So it's really very hands-on sort of learning. We'll have a speaker talk about how to write a paper. We'll have breakout rooms where they can practice. And now it's sort of evolved into this organic system where people who actually come to the workshop want to submit a paper together. So it seems to be working interestingly. But that's a good way to learn and sort of, come and learn about writing and actually practice. The webinars that we have now organized for each of our issues provide really the content knowledge on that. So as I mentioned, the open science today. So we really try to have high-level experts talking about the latest issues on the topic to provide that content knowledge in addition to the practice in the writing workshop. So this is becoming sort of the routine for all of the issues. So that's what I would recommend. Attend the events. We've also done events with prior authors where they spoke on panels, as I mentioned, and then we recorded those. So I can also share that, and I would suggest subscribing to the YouTube channel where all those recordings are. And again, you can hear from prior authors about their experience and what they've gone through, what it's like to publish here, how the editing process has gone. And then, as I mentioned, also the editorial board, applying for that is another way to actually learn how to do this in another way if you want to get some experience with editing.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's really helpful. I guess to conclude today, we'd like to ask, in your experience, both as a scientist transitioning into the policy space, and then mentoring many other young students and early career scientists, what do you consider to be one of the most important traits, skills, attributes for young scientists who want to be involved in policy to gain or to learn?
So I would say probably being flexible and open-minded. I think sometimes in these jobs, things sort of come up, which is exciting, but I think it could be frustrating for a scientist who's used to kind of planning their week. And I was that person, sort of planned my whole week in the lab and knew exactly what I was going to do every minute. These jobs aren't like that. So it's sort of, you, especially in federal policy, I feel like we have sort of projects and priorities. You have to be flexible. For example, when a campus has a question, then you kind of, shift to that. When something happens in the administration that would affect QC negatively or so, we may have to stop and then pivot to that and send the response to the Hill or that sort of thing. So it's very much, in a sense, responsive to what's happening federally, which can be stressful, but I think it's exciting because you're really in real time responding to things and can have an impact, as I showed you today, in the legislation that's moving. And, for someone like me who's still relatively early in government relations, to be able to write an amendment, it's a pretty big deal. So I like that it's sort of, there's a lot of variety. Sometimes you don't know what your day is going to bring and you just adapt. That's something you learn on the job. The other thing I would say is being able to, realizing that you are kind of a newbie in the field. So when I came here, I have a PhD in biochemistry. No one really cares about that. It doesn't matter as much, other than I can read science and liaise with scientists, and that's part of, a good way for someone like me to be in a position like this. But at the same time, I had to learn a lot of basics about, how to write these different memos and things that I need to do for my job day to day. As I mentioned, how you read legislation to find out different, funding numbers. And so in a way, you are very much starting from scratch when you're moving into policy, because there's a lot of terminology and, again, different ways of writing and doing things that you weren't used to at the bench. So just being comfortable with that and realizing that, you're kind of starting over. But as I said, it is a great career path where you can really make an impact.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to join us today. We really appreciate it.
Thanks again for the invitation, and enjoy the rest of the sessions.
All right. So our next presentation today will consist of a panel of extremely talented scientists from here at Rice. The first of which will be Dr. Neil Lane. Dr. Lane is the Professor of Physics and Astronomy Emeritus here at Rice University, as well as the Senior Fellow in Science and Technology Policy at the Baker Institute for Public Policy. Dr. Lane has a long career in science policy, which includes stints as Director of the National Science Foundation and as member of the National Science Board from 1993 to 1998. And also as Director of the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy from 1998 to 2001. As recognition for his service, Dr. Lane has received the National Academy of Sciences Public Welfare Medal, the American Institute of Physics K.T. Compton Medal, and the Vannevar Bush Award, which recognizes exceptional lifelong leaders who have made substantial contributions to the nation through public service activities in science, technology, and policy. Our next speaker will be Dr. Rachel Meidel. Dr. Rachel Meidel is the Fellow in Energy and Environment at Rice University's Baker Institute, where she studies sustainability, the circular economy, domestic and international policy related to life cycle management and hazardous wastes, plastic recycling technologies, and the resiliency of the energy industry. She has previously served as the Director of Regulatory and Technical Affairs at the American Chemistry Council and as Deputy Associate Administrator for the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration within the U.S. Department of Transportation. Altogether, Dr. Meidel has more than 20 years of experience in industry, academia, government, politics, and international relations, all in managing the entire life cycle of hazardous waste operations and emergency response to chemical, explosive, radioactive, and biohazardous materials. And finally, Dr. Scott Solomon is an associate teaching professor in the Department of Biosciences here at Rice, where he teaches ecology, evolutionary biology, and scientific communication. He is also a research associate at the Smithsonian Institution's National Museum of Natural History, and Dr. Solomon's research examines the ecology and evolution of insects, microbes, and humans. In addition to teaching and research, Dr. Solomon has done a tremendous amount of scientific outreach, speaking and writing about science at schools, museums, churches, science cafes, TEDx events, you name it. He has appeared on numerous television and streaming series, as well as radio broadcasts on NPR and the BBC, and his writing and photography have appeared in publications such as National Geographic, NBC News, Slate, Eon, Nautilus, and Wired, and his first book, Future Humans: Inside the Science of Our Continuing Evolution, was included on the 2017 Best Book list by the American Association for the Advancement of Science. We will begin our Q&A with the panel immediately, so please feel free to begin submitting your questions and help me welcome up our speakers. Thank you. Is this on? Thank you so much for taking the time to join us today. I guess I'd like to get started just by asking if each of you could briefly sort of walk us through your career, there it is, and how you got involved in public policy and engagement, and sort of what the focus of your work is as well. So I guess Dr. Meidel, we can start with you and we can go down the line.
All right, well, how much time do we have? Well, my start in policy, I mean, it really was a circuitous path. I didn't intend, my desired end state was not working in the policy field. I have a lot of interest in a lot of different things, and I always have. And in fact, I thought I was going to be an entomologist of all things. Like early, I wanted to go into medical entomology and be a pathologist and understand, when bodies died, or if they or when somebody had died, and if they've got moved from one place to another. I don't know. And so that was like an early interest, and so but I was interested. I've always been interested in ecosystems. I've really been wanting to understand from an early age things at the molecular level, the cellular level, the species level, and how all of those things interact in our global society and environment. And so that took me down many different pathways, which explains my varied undergraduate degrees, in zoology and animal physiology, and minored in entomology, never made it to the end, and biological sciences and chemistry and physics, and so I didn't know what I wanted to do with that. After I had graduated, and my first job was working as a hazardous materials chemist for an environmental services company, and so during that point in time, I mean, the policy really was on the last thing on my mind, but I was working for the government, working for military, and I managed the hazardous waste and the environmental programs for all of the different government operations, not just in the United States, but around the world. So it took me to a lot of different places to really help me understand how things are generated, who generates them, using what processes and where they go at the end of the life. And so I did that for a whole number of years and had a number of jobs in between that. After I had done that for a number of years and worked in as a bomb technician and worked with the Drug Enforcement Agency as a chemist, a reactive materials chemist, and doing the drug bust and all of that, I decided that, and that's all like 24/7 work because you're on call all the time. But I always had a desire to go back to school and get higher education. And so I took a job with the University of California school system, UCSD in San Diego. And it really was the kind of the catalyst for me I was prior to that steeped in regulations and international policies and stuff, but it really was managing a waste facility and really understanding that my work within that system could have a lot of influence at the local level or the state level, or influence federal policies. And I was doing some work in green chemistry and waste minimization. So that's what really clicked for me. What got me into my whole role in shaping policy. And from there, I continued on my education. Still in a variety of different realms, because I thought that, maybe I want to teach too. And so I ended up getting my master's in education and certified to teach chemistry and physics. But then my interest with policy just really didn't wane. And that's when I pursued a master's degree in environmental policy and management, and then later my PhD in public policy and law. But all that took. So I'll try to be concise with this. But so all of that kind of took me to DC eventually, and I was working as a policy director, essentially, kind of heading up the advocacy for the chemical, petrochemical industry, specialty chemical industries. And so I was kind of overseeing and helping to kind of bring consensus to a lot of different issues that, hundreds of different chemical and petrochemical companies have. And so that really immersed me into the whole policy-making sphere at the federal level. Prior to that, it was either kind of international avenues or in the state of California, and there, kind of opportunities just presented themselves to me, and I ended up, as a senior executive at the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration, and had some other opportunities, and that was an awesome experience, and I'm sure we'll talk about that more. But I really always had this like crazy noetic stimulation for so many different things, and I had such a strong pursuit of different intellectual areas, and so when this opportunity at the Baker Institute came about, I really saw it as another way that I could help shape and influence policy. And that's kind of what landed me here, and then then other avenues opened up as well. I mean, I'm also a corporate advisor for Morgan Stanley Capital International, and so it's another way you can help sort of shape policy through the financial market and so forth. But that really is kind of a high-level overview of how I got into policy and what stimulated my interest in it.
Awesome, thank you. All right. Dr. Lane, could you go next?
Well, I don't have anything like the fascinating story that Rachel just described. I'm a science kid from Oklahoma. Yes, I grew up in the oil fields, and I guess my interest in science had something to do with stars and storms and sparks. I really liked electricity, and I did some unkind things to small animals. Nobody was harmed. I mean, everybody was okay. But that was my early life. So I decided at the age of about 12 I'd be a physicist. Didn't exactly know what that was or what it meant, but it got set in my mind for some reason or other. And so I went to the University of Oklahoma, where I stayed for all my degrees. Turns out my high school sweetheart, who became my wife, had a job, and so she helped put me through grad school. And we've been married 61 years now, so it's worked out pretty well. Best thing that happened to me, probably. But second best was science. So I did the usual things in postdoc experience, and got a job at Rice. Why did I come to Rice? Because they offered me a job, so I came. And that was a great decision. And so I wrote some grants and taught courses as best I could, kind of trial and error. Some of you as students have seen that probably in real time. And then, as often happens through the promotion cycle, and you go to conferences, you review proposals, you start to meet other scientists. You start to build a network, not in any kind of structured way, I think, but it just happens. One thing happens after another. And then if you behave yourself, sometimes people recommend you to be on a committee, advisory committee, or one kind or another. And so I was elected chair of my division of the American Physical Society. And suddenly I discovered that I needed to worry a little bit about policy. Now, policy to me at that point meant more money for physics research. It was pretty straightforward what I was going to think about and what I was going to work on. So that took me to Washington to meet with members of Congress and agency officials, Department of Energy, in those days the Atomic Energy Commission, and then ERDA. Start to learn a little bit about government, but strictly through this advocacy role. I'm here on behalf of my science community. And then because I complained enough, they put me on the advisory committee for the physics division of the National Science Foundation. And so then I complained officially with my colleagues in other fields. So now the network expands. Now your colleagues are high energy physics, condensed matter physics, biophysics. So it's the same thing that happens, I think, to a lot of us who start out at science and end up in policy. Then a funny thing happened. The division director, civil servant, wanted to take leave of absence, and so I was invited to fill in for him for a year and run the physics division. I think what he said was, if you're so smart about what I'm doing wrong, why don't you come and sit in this chair for a year and see what you want to do, and you can do anything you like. So I thought, why not? I had students on my campus here at that point, graduate students, postdocs, who were very good mentors, and so I thought a year I could do that. So I went to Washington, and as Rachel can tell you, and Adriana, a year in Washington you can really learn a lot. I mean, so much happens that brings you into all different aspects of science policy. So I learned a lot in a year. They wanted me to stay longer. I said no. My career is academics. I teach, I do research. So, but then some years later, I got into administration and then had an opportunity to go to the National Science Foundation as director during the Clinton administration. And there was an agency I knew a lot about. I loved the agency, so I thought I'd been, at that point, a provost here at Rice for 7 years. And I thought that's enough time to be a provost. And the university needs fresh blood in that job, and it's not a bad time to move. So I went to the NSF and served there 5 years as director. It was a wonderful job. And then the President Clinton asked me to come to the White House as science advisor. And then most wonderful thing happened. After the end of the Clinton administration, Malcolm Gillis, who was president of Rice at this point, said, Rice would like you to come back to the campus and do whatever you want to, but we'd like you to work with the Baker Institute. We'll make you a university professor, and you can have an office and teach when you want to, whatever you want to, and so forth. I told the wife, I went home and told the wife I'd gotten that call, and she said, that all sounds very great, but will there actually be a salary connected with the position? I said, well, I didn't ask. So she said, would you mind going back and just checking it out? So sure enough, there was a salary. So that was in 2001, and since then I've been happy to be at Rice. interacting with colleagues I've known forever and meeting new ones, working with the Baker Institute, with Kirsten, who you saw, Kenny Evans, on various aspects of science policy that were of mutual interest to all of us, and especially the chance to interact with students, undergraduates, graduate students, try to answer impossible questions like how to communicate with the public, how to get into science policy, what it's all about, many of the things that have already been discussed at this incredible symposium. So I very much appreciate being here. Thank you for inviting me.
Of course. Thank you. So.
Yeah, well, first of all, thanks for the opportunity to be a part of this very distinguished panel. And my work deals a lot less with policy per se compared to Rachel and Neil, but science communication and outreach are very important to me and have become a really big part of my career, as you heard from my introduction. So how I got there is, I guess if we're going to go back to the early days, you got to hear a little bit about Neil and Rachel when they were young. So for me, I was that kid that grew up outdoors, kind of looking for bugs in the yard and digging for dinosaur bones. And I never found any dinosaur bones, but that didn't stop me from looking. And was just curious about the natural world. And when it came time to sort of figure out what kind of career I was going to have, at the time, I didn't know about that many types of careers. I really liked biology, and so I thought, well, I guess I'll be a doctor, because that was sort of the career that I was aware of. So I started off college pre-med, but I also got involved in research in a molecular cell biology research lab. And that started to lead me down a path where I realized, oh, there are other types of career paths that people take if they really are excited about biology. And a couple of things happened to me. I spent a semester overseas, living in Ecuador, and got to go on field trips to the Amazon and up into the Andes and to the Galapagos Islands. And also switched to another research lab that was doing more ecology and evolutionary biology. And at some point, for me, it just clicked, oh my God, how do I get to do more of this amazing field work and asking questions about, how nature works and how organisms interact with one another, or how they've evolved over time. I was really fascinated. So I ended up going to a PhD program for ecology and evolutionary biology. And while I was there, I had another sort of epiphany, I guess, and it was that, I had always enjoyed reading not just academic research, but reading work by, science journalists, science writers, those who were communicating not for other scientists, but for the public. And at some point I thought, it'd be really fun to try to do some of that writing, but I had no idea how. And so I was at UT Austin. I thought, let me just go over to the student newspaper and see if there's somebody there that can guide me in the right direction. So I walked into the office one day and said, who do you guys have that's writing about science? And they said, no one. Why don't you do it? Which was not what I had expected. But the great thing was that they paired me up with an editor, a student who was a journalism major, who basically sort of taught me how to write about science in a news format, the complete opposite of scholarly writing. And I loved it. I absolutely fell in love. I got to write all these different articles, not just about my own research, but about research that other people were doing. And I thought, my gosh, how do I get to do more of this? There wasn't at the time a lot of opportunity for training in that kind of science communication. Thankfully, there is more now, and I would love to see even more of that. But there's more opportunities to get that training today than there was when I was a grad student. So I tried to figure out, well, what's next? I really wanted to kind of get my work published in a higher profile places, national publications. But I ran into the kind of chicken and the egg issue, which is that if you want to get published in the national media, you often have to have already been published. They want to see your published clips. You write to National Geographic or Discover or one of these publications. They're like, hey, great story idea. What have you done? But luckily, this is where having written for the student newspaper actually ended up being enough. So I haven't written in these high-profile places, but look what I did for the Daily Texan. And an editor took a chance on me and took an article in Slate was the first place that I got that published. And I was hooked at that point. It was like, all right, how do I get to do more of this? I went to a workshop in Santa Fe, New Mexico, that's run by a couple of New York Times science journalists who kind of bring together a group of national writers, editors, and others in science writing, science communication. And I came away from that workshop convinced I want this to be a big part of my career, not just a small part, but I actually thought about dropping out of the PhD program at that time and just becoming a science writer. And thankfully decided, I only had like a year left in my PhD. I was like, maybe having a PhD wouldn't be a bad thing to have if I'm gonna, be a science writer. So I finished the PhD. Was lucky to get a postdoctoral fellowship at the Smithsonian. And while I was there, I found I really missed teaching, much to my surprise. I didn't expect to have missed teaching students as much as I found myself missing it when I was focusing on research. And so because of that, and because I wanted to be able to have the flexibility to really pursue science writing and science communication in a big way, I made a choice to follow an academic career, but to pivot a bit from the sort of the traditional pathway and not pursue a tenure track position. So what brought me to Rice was the opportunity to come here into a non-tenure track faculty position. So I have a teaching focused position. And for me, this has been the greatest thing because it allows me to focus the majority of my time on teaching undergraduate students. But it gives me flexibility because I'm not running a big research lab to spend a lot of time still doing science writing, and that has expanded to other forms of science communication as well. And now I really see teaching and science communication as sort of two sides of the same coin. I think the skill set has a lot of overlap. We're sharing our knowledge and our passion for science with people, whether it's students in the classroom or readers of a book or an article, or if I'm giving a public talk or making a documentary. Obviously you pivot a bit depending on your audience and the format, but at the end of the day I think a lot of the skill set does overlap. So that's kind of how I got to where I am now.
Awesome, thank you. Yeah, I think probably a first question to start with today, I'd like to ask something that sort of relates to all three of you, which is, all of you work in a field or on policies that are very future-looking, like many scientists. So, whether it's plastic waste buildup or pollution, or basic research funding, or even the evolution of humankind, these are things that are going to be very important, perhaps 20, 50 years from now, but often face costs in the immediate future in order to achieve any sort of long-term goals. So how do we build up support for either policies or ideas for these sort of immediate short-term deficits for long-term gains?
Well, I guess I could start here just with my 2 cents in this is, I think it helps to take, and yes, we're all future forward and really progressive in what we're doing, but on the path to that, you can't lose sight of the present, you can't lose sight of the past, and you don't want to create unintended consequences, which is why it's really important to understand, the big picture and to capture the data. And that's why scientists and researchers are so important, because they can help unpack systemic biases and bring some truth and data to the actual discussion. And so what I typically do is I take a life cycle approach to everything. I've always looked at things really holistically, and because of my multidisciplinary background, it's really helped me understand all of the nuances within an environment and within a system. And so when I have students or people in their early careers ask me, how can we, we've got all these great ideas and, like energy transitions and all of these cool things that can change the world. What I always kind of advise them is to, I mean, if you're interested in other things, I mean, look to other disciplines or collaborate with other people, other entities, other organizations to get the bigger picture, so that we're moving in a certain direction towards the future, but you also don't want to compromise the present. And there's also a lot of legacy issues that always populate and present themselves again, either in the present or sometime down in the future. So it's really helpful to have a comprehensive understanding of not only just different disciplines, but like risk shifting and all of this. And data and science is behind a lot of these things. And so, scientists and researchers have such an important role to play when it comes to making sound advancements to the future.
Do you want to go?
Go ahead.
Let me use a example that may be a little bit off point, but it came to mind, something that happened when I was director of the National Science Foundation. There was a project that had already been started to observe gravitational waves. It was a partnership between Caltech and MIT, outstanding scientists. Kip Thorne is a name many of you may know, a cosmologist who really was the theorist that was behind this particular initiative. And I'd known about this work a little bit from my earlier time at NSF, so I sort of knew something about science. But by the time I got to the NSF, the project was in trouble. They had started to fund construction of these big laser detectors, that two of them, one in Louisiana, one in Washington, that would be used to observe gravitational waves coming from all around the universe. But the project was underfunded for the schedule. It was behind schedule. It was running into trouble. NSF had stopped the project. So the question was, where do we go from here? So I was very enthusiastic about this work, primarily because, A, it seemed technically impossible. The more I learned from the scientists about what was going to be required, the technology of these laser measurement systems just struck me as absurd. However, I was being told that by scientists who were not in any way absurd. I mean, they were among the best in the world. And my confidence was in them. So I wanted the project to go forward. And so I had my conversations with the administrations of the universities and said, look, fix the management, and then I'll do everything I can with my colleagues to get this project back on track. And they did, in fact. President of Caltech, very gutsy decision, made changes in the management, brought on board a former high-energy physicist and experimentalist that said, I'll do the job half-time. And he did an outstanding job. Once that looked like that was in shape, then I took it back to the National Science Board and then the White House, Office of Management and Budget, because this was the largest construction project the National Science Foundation would ever have done. And yet the argument for it, you couldn't find something more esoteric than to spend all of this money, which ultimately ended up being over $1 billion, to observe gravitational waves, especially when an outstanding scientist like Kip Thorne said, this is real, we are going to be able to do this, but probably not with this particular instrument that we're building right now. It's going to take time, and unless we're really lucky, and there's an event somewhere in the universe that's big enough to send us a signal we can measure, I can't myself say this is going to happen soon. So those were the circumstances. So now you go to the Congress, and two things I would say about it. It's not a threatening kind of thing to any members of Congress, Republican or Democrat. There's nothing partisan about gravitational waves. So it contrasts with some very other important scientific issues that have developed political views on both sides of a different kind on different sides of the aisle. So you started out with the advantage of not having that political polarization around the science you're talking about. The second thing was that members of Congress had no idea what I was talking about. It's rather like selling a math project to them. I mean, and that's not a criticism of our members of Congress. It's pretty complicated. The theory behind it is pretty complicated. So that's where trust comes in. Key members of Congress have to, based on previous experience, trust you that what you're telling them is not selling you a lemon, that there's really something behind. When you say there's a scientific consensus here, there really is a scientific consensus, and so forth. You understand what I mean? But finally, it's a lot of money. And there I was just, I think the researchers, not me, I had nothing to do with this. I just happened to be in the job at the time. A little bit lucky because Gingrich had just come to town. The Congress had just turned over after the election, 1994. So the Republicans were going to cut government. It's part of the platform. And they were going to end up cutting science. But Gingrich himself wasn't anti-science. What he really would like to do is get the money away from Democrats, get it away from social programs, give it to science. And there was some of that feeling in Washington at the time. Of course, I wasn't against social programs, but my job was to get this project back in place. So in the end, President Clinton said, let's go with it. OMB wrote it into the budget. The Appropriation Committees liked the idea, and it got funded. But in a way, it was a set of circumstances. So very much a long-range issue where you really can't promise much. When I got specific questions about what good is this for the folks back in Kansas City or Oklahoma City, I was really able to, of course, talk about knowledge and culture, but I also was able to point to technological breakthroughs, new stabilization techniques and lasers that didn't exist before that, small companies that got started up to support this project, and a little bit anecdotal, but it was the best I could do to address the short-term questions. So you can often have it both ways a little bit. You can have an immediate impact, the university's immediate impact to students, graduates who go out and make the world a better place, even if the research that a student is doing perhaps promises certain outcomes over a decade or 2 decades. So it's an example. It's not probably something in everybody's minds right now, but of course, with the upgrades of the facility long after I left NSF, these laser systems observed gravitational waves, and now many of them have been observed due to colossal, catastrophic events involving black holes and neutron stars in various parts of the universe. So Kip Thorne was right. We're going to be able to do it, but it was just going to take time.
So for me, one of the projects that I've been involved in recently that relates to the future and thinking about the future is has to do with insects. I'm a bug guy, right? So one of the issues that we're facing now is a biodiversity crisis, right? We can see around the world that species are disappearing, becoming endangered, et cetera. Now, insects don't enjoy the same kind of media attention as polar bears and other sort of cute, cuddly, charismatic organisms. So, it's a little bit of a challenge to make people aware of what's happening to insects. But all the data suggests that the same kinds of trends are happening to insects that are happening to other species. And you might have experienced this yourself if you've been on a road trip recently, right? It used to be the case you had to stop every so often and squeegee off your windshield, like when you got gas, because of all the bugs, right? It's not so much the case most places anymore. That's alarming because we know that insects are an essential part of, natural ecosystems. And
Mosquitoes?
but the mosquitoes are exactly the problem because you can't convince people that fewer bugs is bad. Most people are like, oh, fewer mosquitoes and cockroaches? Awesome. But of course, many of those insects are food for other organisms. They perform important ecosystem services like pollinating our food, breaking down animal waste and dead things and other things that you don't really want to have to think about. They're doing it for us, right? So the question is, how do you convince people that this is something worthy of our concern and more to the point, worthy of action. So I don't know that I know the answer to that, but the things that I've been trying to do are sort of a multi-pronged approach. So on the one hand, through my job here as a professor teaching college students, as Neil said, we produce students, we produce graduates. I try to include as many examples of the important roles of insects in my teaching and try to bring students out into nature as much as we can so that they can personally experience and come to appreciate what insects are doing. But I've also tried to figure out other ways to include, outreach related to insects. So my big pandemic project was a 24-part series called Why Insects Matter that just came out recently through the Great Courses. So it's more than you ever wanted to know about bugs, but it's really focused not so much on people who are maybe already interested in insects. It's like, why should we all care about insects? What are the things that insects are doing that are valuable to nature and for people? And try to do that in an accessible way. And then trying to reach kids. So, I try to give outreach talks in various places. I'm giving a talk at the Children's Museum, Children's Museum of Houston coming up soon, all about ants. Not quite sure exactly how it's going to go, but I'm going to try to get the kids excited about ants because that's one of my favorite organisms. So, I think, it requires all of us to see what we can do to try to share our knowledge and our passion, because it is a crisis and it is something that's going to affect future generations. If insects were to decline and disappear, it would disrupt life as we know it. And I realize that it's hard with everything going on in the world to have yet another crisis to worry about, and one that maybe seems more distant, but it's real and it's happening. So that's my approach to try to figure out different ways to try to help.
I have a couple of follow-up comments with that. Well, first, that's a travesty about the insects. I have a collection of cockroaches from all the different places I used to live, and so. But anyway, I have a couple of follow-up things, and it's mainly from a structural standpoint, I guess, from my time in DC, and it kind of speaks to what you're saying is that it's really for me and what I saw it is the what's on the political agenda that really drives change in the issue, and not so much science. Science can help inform good policy, but it is not going to that's not really that might not be the priority of the day if it's not the priority of the administration. And that's something that I had a hard time with coming in from the outside and realizing that, because I'm like, wow, these issues are really critical. So when I first came into the agency, I was appointed by Obama, and the big issue was crude oil derailments, because there was a massive derailment in Lac Mégantic in Canada that killed hundreds of people, and then we had several other derailments across the country, and so we went through this multi-billion-dollar rulemaking with Federal Rail and other multiple agencies, and we had Canada involved, of course, because of the Crossrail situation, and so we went into this big testing program on looking at the chemical and physical characteristics of crude oil, and coming to find that depending on where the crude oil is taken from, the geography makes a really big difference into its flammability and whether or not it acts like a gas. And so we spent all this money trying to understand what the parameters were, and realize, wow, this multi-billion-dollar rulemaking where we had tank designers have to redesign their tanks, and we had to upgrade tanks with all of these safety fittings, may not actually be the right path, because now we are understanding more about the chemical and physical characteristics of crude oil. And so everybody was in an uproar thinking, gosh, what do we do now? We already have this rulemaking in place. Well, let me fast forward a little bit. When Trump took office, that wasn't his priority. Crude oil and the transportation of crude oil wasn't necessarily the priority, and so that got taken. The rulemaking that we were doing got taken off the table, got taken off the regulatory agenda, and so priorities shifted there. Which of course brings you to the larger issue of the transitions between administrations that can affect future policies, future rulemakings, future direction of things, because when you have, you know, the election cycle every 4 years, you have a new president come in, or maybe, you know, it's you know, the same one, or if you have a switch of parties, whatever it is, the incoming administration, whether it's the same, you know, the Democrat or Republican, you know, they have their own priorities, and oftentimes what happens is those current priorities kind of get wiped off the table, and maybe taken up later on down the line. But they have their own legacy and their own priorities, and so what may be a priority for the agency or for the country one moment may now just get kind of put to the back burner, which can be troublesome for I know it was for a lot of my departments, and especially my teams of scientists who were working so hard on these different issues, especially this crude oil issue, to come to find out that, well, we're no longer going in that direction. That's not our priority anymore, so let's kind of shift gears to something else. So that really impacts progression. It impacts the development of a certain issue area, and could really stymie policy direction in a number of ways. And the other comment I wanted to make about biodiversity, which is really important in these conversations that we're having today about climate change and sustainability, and everybody's gung-ho about creating their own sustainability agenda and aligning with the UN Sustainable Development Goals. It's really important for everybody to understand the bigger picture and the systems picture, which I think is what you were saying, because in a lot of our discussions, I mean, we bring in our biases, we bring in what we know, and not necessarily we don't understand both sides of the picture, and that's kind of a deficiency that I see across the board, and in a number of different organizations, and with younger students or people in the policy field trying to advocate for a specific issue, is you have to understand not only the bigger picture but the other side of the argument. And with the whole biodiversity and climate change and sustainability being an international priority and now a national priority, that is a part of the sustainability, under the sustainability umbrella, but it gets very little attention. Emissions, CO2 gets all of the attention and all of the funding, but things like environmental justice and things like biodiversity fly under the radar and don't get the funding and don't get the attention. And that's when you start seeing, down the road, a number of years or however long, you'll see the precipitation of different rebound effects. So it's always important to understand that from the beginning, and understand kind of the larger systemic issues.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it seems like one of the underlying relationships here is just the public's overall relationship with science. And so I was wondering, Dr. Solomon, maybe if you could start us off here, it seems like, especially with the pandemic, there's been a lot of discussion and focus on perhaps a growing rift between members of the general public and scientists. And there's been talk about doing outreach to try and communicate the benefits of science with these people, but many, people who may feel disenchanted with science aren't necessarily reading popular science magazines or watching YouTube videos made by scientists. They're already not interested. So how do scientists reach out to these people and form some sort of discussion?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think it's an important question. On the one hand, I think we live in an era where it's easier than ever for people to interact with one another. And at the same time, we see this rift that you just described, where it feels like there's a greater gap than ever before between scientists and the public. I think that there's a lot of ways that we can start to approach this. One is, I think part of the issue is that people often perceive science as happening in sort of this black box. We don't quite know who these people are and where they're doing the science stuff. And so in that context, I think the more that people can have interactions with actual scientists, people doing science, the less mysterious it seems. The more it's like, oh, these are people, and they're, this is what they do. You could have a conversation with them. So I feel like on the one hand, the traditional model has been for scientists to communicate to the public through the media, through journalists. I think there's a lot of value to that system because journalists are trained to be able to communicate effectively. But I also feel like that can be contributing to this rift, right? This disconnect between scientists and the public. So I think the more that scientists can engage directly with people, whether it's through live events, through webinars, through their work, maybe not everybody's watching their YouTube channels, but if, there's so many ways today that people can reach directly out to people. For me, that's been one of the most effective things that I've found to connect with people, is just to interact in one way or another. And I think it's really important that those interactions aren't one way, right? I think this outreach and science communication needs to be a two-way form of communication. I think as scientists, it's important that we don't just view outreach as informing people about science, but also listening, having actual conversations where it goes both ways, and listening to what people's concerns are, what their questions are, where they're at in terms of what they think about the various issues of the time. So I think the last thing I'll say about that is that I think a lot of scientists would like to do this kind of interaction, and many do, but many don't. And as to why they don't, what I hear from my colleagues is often they don't feel that this is what is being sort of prioritized for their careers, right? It's not always what's rewarded in academia. It's not always recognized as being an essential part of the job. Might get a pat on the back or something like that, but it's not something that's being evaluated when it comes to promotion and tenure decisions, for example. So I think there's a role here for academic institutions, scientific institutions, to really say, hey, outreach and communication, this is important stuff. We need to be rewarding people and incentivizing people to do it. I think more scientists would engage in those kinds of outreach and communication if it were seen as a valuable and essential part of their job. I also think we need to have additional training opportunities, right? We talked a little bit about, I was saying that there's more opportunities for students today who are getting degrees in STEM disciplines to learn communication, but I think still not nearly enough. I think we need to try to make science communication training an essential part of getting a STEM degree, so that people not only they might have the desire to interact, but that they are actually trained in how to do it effectively.
I'm still thinking about mosquitoes and roaches. Some talk about, in what Scott just described, as putting a human face on the science. So, a lot of people would be surprised with your comment, scientists are people. I mean, that's a pretty bold statement, because most people have no idea, never met a scientist, don't know any of them, and it's a really important, the role model situation is particularly important, especially women in science, underrepresented communities. I think one thing I would suggest to our students is that there has been considerable amount of research done on what is effective, what has proved to be effective in changing public opinion. The results are not all that encouraging, I might say, on the whole, but nonetheless there have been some findings. And for example, the Pew Research efforts, I think you can find online, they do a lot of surveys. Research America does surveys, and many others. And the good news is that by and large, the public trusts science and scientists more than they do many professions. So our numbers are always up there, not too far away from physicians, for example, but very high above some other professions, like journalists, not a company accepted here, but whatever the public's view is of what journalism is all about. And of course, Congress is always at the bottom of that list. So trust is pretty good. We as a community, we want to be careful not to give that away. So it needs to be kept in our mind all the time. Another finding of a fairly recent survey is that in an issue like climate change, what's proved to be particularly effective in a limited set of thoughtful experiments, let me just say, so it's like one set of experiments, is what's been called consensus messaging, the statement that 94% of climate scientists believe that human-caused climate change is real. Just sort of a simple statement like that. That tends to sway significant numbers of, let's say, the doubters and the resistors, and so those communities, and it cuts along partisan lines. It moves Republicans, at least Republicans with a certain level of education, it moves them much more in the direction of accepting that humans cause climate change, even than it does the average across the whole population. There are some findings like that are worth looking at, and don't take my word for it. You really need to look at the original sources. So there is some knowledge about what is effective. And then back to Scott's point, I think in communicating with the public about these kinds of issues, first of all, take Scott's course, although you don't have room for everybody, but it's an extraordinary course, and I've had the privilege of visiting with Scott's class on a number of occasions. And when I'm asked about my own approach to communicating, let's say with a public audience in a room, the three things really come to mind. One is to respect the audience. If they get them, people are very, it doesn't matter their education, they're very attentive to the message that you're sending, how you're treating the public, whether you value the fact that they came to listen to you, whether you think their time is important, whether you think they are important, no matter what their walk in life. So respect for the public. Second is finding a way to connect. That's often a local issue, or it's something that the occasion, like the meeting, is focused on. It might be climate change, might be pandemics, whatever it is. Find something you think is going to connect with the people you believe you've got in the room at the time. So connect is my second one. And then third one is credibility. So a few facts can be very useful, not too many, and it sort of has to be your judgment based on the audience, how you present them, sometimes visually, sometimes words, sometimes percentages like I did a few minutes ago. But they need to be translated in the way that the audience gets them. And for God's sakes, if you're going to use them, make absolutely sure you can answer a question in the Q&A session. How do you know that somebody said that, or where did you get that information? It has to be some level deeper than I saw it on TV. Or, I mean, you wouldn't say that, but you understand what I mean. So in my experience, of all of those, I think the respect one is very high, because the audience has got to somehow trust that what you're saying, even if they don't agree with every point you're making, that trust that you're actually trying to connect, you care about them, and you're actually trying to get some information across to them. The last word I would say, again picking up on Scott's point about the reward system in academia, yeah, it's a little bit old-fashioned. It hasn't really quite caught up, and that's often true with larger cultures and communities, that the promotion tenure system does not respond in real time to societal needs. You might not want it to, given how quickly things can change, but over time it should. Of course, service to the community, which would include what we're talking about, public engagement, should be a more important consideration in most promotion tenure cases, and all across the nation, if not the world, than they really have been. Service to the community should be a larger part of federal funding of research. When I was at the NSF, we created something called the Broader Impact Criteria. Every proposal submitted to the National Science Foundation has to answer questions about scientific merit or intellectual merit, whatever it is. Why is this important for science? And what are the possible broader impacts of the work you're doing? Now, those will be weighed differently. I'm not suggesting 50-50, anything like that. I was excited about that idea because I felt that researchers around the country whom I knew, who were outstanding mentors for African Americans, Hispanic, Latinos, women, underrepresented groups, and had shown it over time, got zero credit in the review process, as far as I could tell. And yet their impact could well be enormous. Hard to measure, but could well be enormous. So this was an opportunity for a researcher to say, here are other things that are important to me and that I think my research can accomplish. That was called broader impacts. I think the federal agencies can do more in this direction, but it can't be top down. It's got to be done with the science community. It's got to be a dialogue between the policymakers, if you like, and the agencies and the researchers and the universities out here. It's got to move along together, but I think it does need to move and move more in the direction that Scott was suggesting.
Yeah, I think community outreach and how to communicate to the public is so important. We had a whole department at PHMSA, at the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration, on kind of communicating, what our regulations mean, translating that to the public so they can understand what their obligations are, and it was the most underfunded of all of our groups. We tried increasing that funding, but that it didn't align with the priorities of the agency. And so, but it was very, very integral, and it all goes back to relationships, building relationships with the public, with the stakeholders, with other agencies. Like so much of the work that gets done can't get done without the interaction of other agencies, other governments internationally. And that all plays a part into how things shake out at the end and how they're communicated at the end. But certainly for communicating transparently, as a scientist or whatever your discipline is, communicating transparently about the risks and what the assumptions are a much more effective approach than communicating a lack of risk. Or not really laying out what the unintended consequences could be, what the implications could be, especially in sensitive domains like public health and the economy. So it's really important to provide not only your recommendations and doing it in a way that is concise and succinct, that could be accessible to a variety of audiences with varying proficiencies, because not everybody is a science out there, especially in the lawmaking world and also in the general public. But being able to connect in a way where you don't lose the audience, where you don't intimidate them, and that's where finding a way to communicate your research. And small tidbits, like what's that 30-second elevator pitch, or oftentimes when companies and industry stakeholders would come see me, they'd have like 15 minutes or 30 minutes, at the most, to lay out their issues or their recommendations, and you have to find a way to be able to consolidate all of your year's worth of research into that 15 minutes, or sometimes you don't even get that long. And so you have to do it in an unarming way. And the best way to do that is focusing on the why. A lot of times, I see people coming in, and the way that we as scientists communicate is we like to tell the whole story, and the how, how we got there, what our research plan was, what our methodologies were, what the statistical significance was, but you can't communicate all of that. How do you do that in small tidbits that the public can understand and that policymakers can understand? And so translating your research into into something consumable, and that can be understood, and that can also be translated into policy. Just because, we're doing research in a lot of different things doesn't necessarily mean it's going to rise to the occasion. It has to align with a priority, and you have to be able to connect your research to the priority and the policy. It needs a policy vehicle, and how do you get it there? And so I think, deficiency oftentimes is that lack of ability to decouple like the passion and motivation behind this complicated research that we're doing into something that can be digestible to regular folks. I know with a lot of my a lot of my friends and family and people I interacted with in my years in DC, I love science and engineering, and I've always been captivated by data, and I love communicating with data and graphs and schematics. I mean, I think they're beautiful, but not everybody thinks so. How do you, how do you take what you've been doing and all of these things into something, how do you visualize the data? Data visualization is totally underutilized, and oftentimes when it is utilized, it is so complicated for the average person to understand. But I think lastly, what I'll say about, back to your question is the, politicizing science undermines scientific integrity, and it detracts from the larger issues at hand. And looking back in history, I think with the onset of the environmental movement and what was happening with the Vietnam War, and then with a lot of corporations that started scrutinizing federal agencies for over-regulation during the Reagan era. I think a lot of that has corroded the public trust of science. And that wasn't the only thing, but I mean, there's trends associated with that. But it's since been met with skepticism, and especially in my area, in the area of the environment. And so it's really important to not bring bias into the discussions and to communicate in a way that's truly objective. And the only way you can get there is to fully understand as much of the picture as you can, as much of the issue, understand the other side of the argument. And that's what that's what made me such a great lobbyist, advocacy specialist, whatever, in DC, is because I fully immersed myself, and I would challenge my team to do the same thing, to really understand both sides in and out, and to leave your baggage at the door. Don't bring bias into the discussion, because that's how you lose trust. And that's how you're seen as not being transparent, and those are all policy barriers. They're barriers to truly understanding and connecting and building relationships with the public and policymakers.
Can I add something real quick?
Yeah.
'Cause I really like Rachel's point about the importance of visualization. I think that is something we really need to make sure goes back to the training piece about training scientists to be better communicators. Visualization, I think, is the future of science communication. I mean, everything's becoming more visual. Video is huge today in a way that but most of our students aren't being trained at all in how to communicate visually. Data visualization being a big part of that. At the same time, one of the things that I learned when I was being trained on sort of how do you tell these stories about science in a way that will connect with the public is, just to learn to tell stories, right? It's like, yes, you have to often convey something about the data. That's an important part of the communication. But people respond to stories and narratives, right? And that, for me, like being trained as a scientific writer, we don't tell stories in our research articles usually. But I find it's one of the most effective ways to do it. So like when I'm talking with people about disappearing insects, I'll try to show some nice visualizations that other people made, not me, because I didn't ever get that training. But I'll also tell them a story about an experience I had when I spent a month on an island in the Pacific because of somebody else's labeling error, but that's a whole other story. So I ended up on this island chasing an ant species that was never on that island. But we did a great study on something else instead. But one of the things that we discovered by spending a month on this uninhabited island is that one of the species that was native to that island, endemic, it occurs nowhere else on Earth, was gone. It was extinct. I mean, nobody's ever found it in the last 100 years. Farming. And I can sort of, tell people that story of like, I went to this place and had this experience and it's amazing, and there's this species, it was there, it's gone. And in many ways, I find that kind of, even though it's one anecdote, that connects with people in a way that all the graphs and figures and data can't.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I wanted to sort of follow up on something you had mentioned, Dr. Mato, which was sort of bringing the stakeholders and bringing the public into the conversation, and especially when it comes to things like when it comes to climate policy, the communities that are often most vulnerable to climate change are also dependent on industries that maybe contribute to it. So how do you move forward balancing that sort of sensitive paradigm?
Yeah, it's a highly polarizing and sensitive topic, but not just with climate change, but really any environmental issues today, because we are such a highly interlinked world, and we all want the best for society and communities, yet we don't really fully understand our dependencies on one another and on industry. And so I think for me, it goes back to building trust. I've expanded my research portfolio here at the Baker Institute to include something that I used to look at years ago, and that's environmental and social justice. And I think just for for years, I mean, if you look at just the history of environmental racism. I mean, it's these, underserved, underprivileged, low-income communities that often got left out of the policymaking process or public discussions, for a variety of reasons. They didn't have the means or access, and so that has created like this. It's just created this air of marginalization, and so. I'm starting to not just research those things, but really build relationships within the community and bridge these communities, with others in industry, because it is true, like, and we are reliant on one another, and there's impacts everywhere, and the problem is we're just not capturing the data. We're not quantifying things in the way that we should be. We're leaving out major sectors and major populations, and so we're so everybody is so eager to get to this desired end state and climate, that we're pushing all these policies that we don't quite understand what the impacts are going to be. I mean, like, for example, and I'm not like anti-alternative energy. I highly support a diversified energy portfolio, but like, at scale wind projects and solar, and the push for electric vehicles that require lithium-ion batteries, and all of the minerals and materials, the demands for that, we don't even understand. But the mineral demand just for the energy systems that are going to be needed for the transition to this climate future is going to increase by 500% by 2050, and that's what we know of. And so in all of these discussions with this data that we're not capturing, or that we think we have, there's all of these communities, and I'll just take Houston, because I'm looking at Houston and the state of Texas. I mean, we are known for, we have the label of being the environmental, racism capital of the world, because of our, proximity to industry, and being one of the largest petrochemical complexes, in the world. And so it's really important to connect the communities with the policymakers and connect the community with the industries and have honest discussions about what the true impacts are and what of the communities. And like I said, they often get left out of these conversations, but they also might not have the public in general might not have access to the latest data, or the data that they receive is from social media or other platforms, which there's a lot of misinformation, as we know, swirling around in the world today. And so it's finding a way to really unpack all that stuff and bringing everybody to the table to have these honest discussions and making sure that we don't lose sight of what the priorities are in the race and the quest to get to a certain state. What are the other things that we're leaving behind and missing? And for what I see, a lot of it is the social equity and the environmental justice issues, and those are only going to increase in these climate discussions and the pathways that we're currently taking, and it's also going to widen the gap, not just the socioeconomic gap. It's going to widen the gap of trust and the channels of communication between these marginalized communities and industry and policymakers.
May I comment? I mean, listening to Rachel talk, I think it's clear to all of us that individuals who are working in the policy arena in non-government organizations like this one, like the Baker Institute, are almost the place of last resort. I mean, a lot of the data is being collected by federal agencies, of course, and as Rachel has said, it's incomplete. We don't have all the data we need, but the trust factor is different for the federal government. It sort of tends to go with administrations. When somebody's in the White House, people have a certain view about what government is saying. In fact, sometimes they're saying different things. They're sending out different messages. It's a very partisan environment that our form of democracy has really given rise to. The NGOs, I mean, the organizations like the Baker Institute and other respected centers and institutes for policy studies around the country, in my view, are kind of our only hope here, and they need more support, and I think maybe more networking, more opportunities for several of our organizations to work together to amplify the message so it doesn't get captured by a particular geography or somehow gets associated in people's minds with being in Texas or being in Michigan or some other part of the country. But I think much more understanding, I think, needs to be given to how important these non-government organizations really are. Some of them are very partisan and known to be, and so it's not, you can't just say that's where you're going to get your information. Many of them have their own websites and their own networking, and you can find all kinds of stuff there. So helping the public understand what is worth their time to connect with is part of the role that Rachel is talking about. But I think what's missing, and Rachel, you may disagree with me, we haven't talked about this, in all of our science organizations, our physicists and chemists and so forth, is, for reasons we do understand, they don't work very well together. They've all got their same boards, they've got their own sources of financial support. Some are competing with each other for the same foundation money or federal money. But we really need to find a way to overcome that, and so that we can amplify some of these critically important messages that tend to get lost, like the ones on environmental justice that Rachel just described. It's an opinion.
No, but it's absolutely true. I mean, the more holistic we can look at things and the more that we can collaborate, the better understanding we're going to have of the larger picture and the impacts. I mean, the government is like, I mean, they're just known for working in silos, and the lack of collaboration is just enormous. I mean, within an agency, even, it's insane. And so that makes it really difficult to kind of socialize different ideas and agendas together. But But that is absolutely true about the being able to fuse data and cross collaborate. And, I'm not talking about just within a federal government, but like even in this role that we're in now. I mean, that's what we do at the Baker Institute. We bring in different audiences that have very diverging points of view, and it generates a lot of great discussion, and we try to foster data sharing where we can, and transparency, and leverage each other's work and interests. And I think it's, and that is a great catalyst for change and collaboration, because now, especially with these larger polarizing issues, you have different facets of society and organizations taking off and running and doing different things, but we should be leveraging each other where we can be, to meet that common goal.
Thank you.
I was wondering as well, Dr. Metal, when we talk about some of these issues, they're on such a global scale as well. How do we begin to orchestrate that sort of international collaboration?
Well, so I did a lot of work international. I mean, so I got my interest in international really because I was forced to, in my first job as a hazmat chemist, I was placed in different areas of the world, and so like Antarctica or places in Asia and other parts of the world, and so I recognized the importance of international policy and law and the role it plays in domestic rulemaking, and because a lot of our standards, a lot of our regulations culminate at the international level. They're negotiated there, and if they're agreed upon, then it's up to the member states to implement domestic rulemaking. And so I understood that from that perspective, but I think it's important for the public to also understand that the international piece is really integral because it can drive a lot of issues and act as the important trigger for domestic policies. And so it's really helpful to understand what the agenda and priorities are on the international stage. I did a lot of negotiations at the UN on different policies, for the U.S. And so if you can, track what's happening on that level, you can almost forecast in many ways what's going to be coming down the pipeline years later. Now, that whole process takes years, sometimes decades, when you're working with, all of these hundred some countries trying to negotiate something, but it's important to understand that piece of the picture is really important for the policymaking process here in the United States, and then and even down to the state level as well. And it's something pretty obscure to a lot of folks, what's happening on the international front, but it really does drive larger issues. And the other thing I'll say to that, from my perspective, working in those circles and representing the U.S. interests, in particular for hazardous materials, classification and policy and transportation, is that I forgot my train of thought. What I was going to say to that, but anyway, the global piece is really important. Oh, I know what I was going to say. But the perspective from what I have experienced is a lot of it is driven by OECD perspectives, and what I mean by that is by like developed nations, and often what gets left out of the picture, and especially here in the U.S. is developing economies, developing nations. What does this mean to them? And so that's why it's really critical in any type of arena that you're working in, whether it be international or at the federal down to the local level, that you understand what it means to developing economies, underserved communities.
Great, thank you. So I guess for our final question today, before we release for lunch, we have a lot of students in the audience today. Could each of you sort of provide, I guess, just a piece of advice on what you think students who may want to be pursuing careers in policy or science communication, what you would say to them? I guess we could start with Dr. Solomon and come back.
Sure, yeah. I mean, I guess my main piece of advice is that, there's no thing that you can do that is too small. I mean, I think sometimes there's a tendency for students to look out at what other people are doing and see, big projects or, people who have had very successful careers, and it's hard to figure out how you get there. I know that was the case for me. As I said, I had no idea where to get started. But certainly my experience has been that it doesn't matter sort of where you start. You can start small. You can, get out on social media and start, sharing what you know and love with other people, and it'll have an impact, and one opportunity leads to another. And so I think it's important not to be, intimidated, not to feel like, some small local effort going and giving a talk to a local school, for example, might not feel like you're reaching a lot of people, but that can lead to an opportunity to go and speak to another group and another group, and you meet people and you start to be recognized as somebody who enjoys doing these things and is good at it, and it's good experience for you to kind of practice your craft. So I think just to go for it, start small. And, one thing leads to another, and before you know it, you can be doing all kinds of really interesting and important work.
Let me mention, if some of you are available to look online, I think on the 10th, April the 10th, there's a panel discussion. It's put on by Student Pugwash. And so if you go to the web and look up Student Pugwash, there's a panel speaking directly to these issues about how you can think about early careers in policy, and Adriana is on that panel. I just happened to notice, it was coincident. I would totally agree with what Scott just said. Even if you're talking with one person, but a classroom with 7 or larger numbers, one person in that room could possibly make all the difference. So these are not really statistical average kind of impacts. So it's wise to take every interaction of that kind as an opportunity to change the world, essentially. And what I often advise students when they ask me in their various stages of their career, I point out that you're going to, even if you're not thinking you're going to move into policy right now, it could happen down the road. I had no decision tree, and Paul had no idea, as I think my comments earlier suggested, that I would end up in policy. It was the last thing in my mind. And that's true of most of us, my vintage, people I know who were presidential science advisors or agency directors or other people in the policy world even. That was not how they got started. Opportunities are created for them to do something new by someone. You often won't even know who the someone is. Could be your classmate today, tomorrow. Could be your professor. Could be somebody you work for when you take a job. Could be somebody who works for you. You just don't know, because the way these things happen is somebody gets a cold call. We're trying to put together a panel on X. We're trying to put together an advisory committee. We've got an open position in this. And it's cold. I mean, what name comes to mind? Well, you want your name to come to mind. So to me, that means treating everybody with respect. What I really tell students is be nice. And by nice, it's all in quotes. It doesn't mean just be pleasant. It means dependable, be trustworthy, be someone who, when they say they're going to do something, they do it. When they say they're going to help you, they do. If they're going to give you something by 5 o'clock, they do that by 5 o'clock. People sort of remember individuals, because surprisingly, it's a small percentage of the people around us who are actually so dependable in that way. So if you make a connection, somebody will remember that. And maybe it's a committee you served on later and they just observe you in action and how you go about handling yourself in groups. But it leaves impressions so that when somebody gets a cold call, they say, well, so-and-so would be really good, I think. Then that name goes on a list and you might end up with a new kind of opportunity. You don't have to accept it, but that's how you have the opportunity to do new things. And if you're curious, nosy, like I always was, like I wonder why the NSF doesn't fund my science. So whatever it is in your mind might cause you to go ahead and take a chance, do something else, and that can lead to something else. So it's kind of one damn thing after another, but it could be lead to an extraordinarily rewarding career, and you might even end up in policy. It's not the worst thing that can happen, don't you think? I mean, and now I have this new respect for mosquitoes, and so I want to see your next book, Mosquitoes Are Your Friend. How will it go? Fly off the shelves.
I'll buy it.
I'm not willing to defend mosquitoes. I just want to put that on the record. All the other bugs, not the
Sorry, well, you're the cockroach person.
I'm the cockroach. Yeah.
Cockroaches are your friend. Thank you.
Well, so I'll pick up on the last thing that you said, Neil, and that's, don't be afraid to take the circuitous path, the nonlinear approach you don't know what your end goal really is going to be. I think a lot of people, have it clearly mapped out, but, that following that, amidst all these other opportunities that may come your way, and also if I'm talking to my younger self, don't feel like so pressured to stay the course. Like if you're going down a particular path in your career or education, and you feel, I already have so much time invested, that's ridiculous, because you could be missing a whole lot of opportunities that could benefit you and the world around you. And then and also, I fell victim to conforming to other people's realities, and that's fine, because it took me down a lot of different disciplines where I ended up learning a lot. But what do you want to do? How do you want to shape the world? How do you want to influence policy? So put yourself first, and especially for all the women and young girls that are in the STEM field or want to break into the STEM field of research or working in the world and industry. Just don't be afraid to speak up and insert yourself into conversations, into different organizations, into different classes. I was always one of the only female students in my early undergrad classes in the STEM classes, and that continued on throughout my entire career. The first half of my career, I was the only female, I was the only Asian, as a chemist, as a field chemist, and that had a lot of challenges, but you push through, because I just always wanted to do the best job, and that was even seen as a senior executive in the federal government. Less than, I think, 34% of the senior executive service is female, and I think 3% is Asian. And so you have to have that grit and resilience, policymaking isn't easy, but you push through and have that sense of that final end game that you want. And so I would not get discouraged, by making poor decisions, bad decisions. You learn from all of that. Don't get discouraged by getting turned down multiple times, and you have to learn to live with failure and learn from it. But I think that's for all the future policymakers out there, you may not know exactly where you're going to end up or that you'll even be doing policy, but embrace the opportunities, embrace the experiences, and just follow your own pathway, and try not to get too influenced by comparing yourself to others around you. Follow your own course and interests.
Wonderful. Well, thank you all for joining us. It was very informative. Thank you. So with that, we're going to break for lunch. We'll reconvene at 1 o'clock with our keynote speaker, Dr. Marcia McNutt.
Hello, hello, hello.
Alrighty, everyone, it's 1 p.m. We're going to resume our symposium for the afternoon session. So everyone can take their seats. And for those of you joining online, unmute and, come back. All right. So thank you all for joining. If you're attending in the morning session, thanks for sticking around. If you are just joining us now, welcome. My name is Jordan Metz. I'm the Vice President of the Rice Science Policy Network and a PhD candidate here at Rice University in chemistry. I research nanotechnology to degrade persistent pollutants in water in the lab of Dr. Pedro Alvarez here at Rice. I plan to graduate this summer, and this fall I'm honored to serve as a AAAS Congressional Science and Technology Policy Fellow in Washington, D.C. It's my honor to introduce and moderate this afternoon's sessions. So our first speaker this afternoon and our keynote speaker for today's symposium is Dr. Marcia McNutt. Dr. McNutt is a geophysicist and currently serves as the president of the National Academy of Sciences. Dr. McNutt has held many prestigious positions over the course of her career. She served as the editor-in-chief of the Science family of journals. She was the director for the U.S. Geological Survey. She was the president of the American Geophysical Union. She was a professor of geophysics at MIT, just to name a few of her many positions and accomplishments. I could go on and on with her bio, but I want to keep it short so you can actually hear it from her for most of this session. She has many of these different honors and awards. She's worked under administrations of multiple presidents, and we're really thrilled to welcome Dr. McNutt to speak virtually to us today. So we're going to start the afternoon session with this presentation by Dr. McNutt. Now, as a reminder, afterwards we're going to open up to conversations with the audience, both in person and virtually, but all of our questions are going to be submitted through this Google form. And so if you're here in person, you can see a QR code on your table. Please use that QR code to open up the Google form. You should be getting a link if you're attending online to ask your questions through that, and I will be moderating the Q&A here. Please try and keep your questions short, just a couple of lines. Also, as a reminder, today after our next two speakers at 3 p.m. Central, we're going to have dedicated time for an organized set of discussion groups in which you can meet and discuss certain topics of interest with the other attendees, both online and in person. So we hope you stick around for that. So without further ado, I'm going to turn over the floor to Dr. Marcia McNutt.
Well, thank you so much, Jordan, for that terrific introduction. And I want to thank the Baker Institute and Rice University for the honor of delivering this lecture today. Let me share my screen with you because I have some slides I'd like to go through. And maybe, Jordan, you can let me know if you're seeing these. How does that look?
Yeah, we're seeing them.
Oh,
looks good.
All right, super. Okay, so I was asked to speak about the role of the national academies in policymaking. So that's something that I love to tell audiences about. So let me start with some history. The National Academy of Sciences was actually born during conflict, during the war between the states, or the Civil War. For those of you who studied American history, you may remember the battle of the two first ironclad warships, the Monitor and the Merrimack. The two ships battled to a draw in what was called the Battle of Hampton Roads on Chesapeake Bay. Neither ship could sink the other because the cannonballs just bounced off the side of the iron ships. When word of this great naval battle reached Lincoln back in Washington, he decided he wanted the scientists on his side. He decided that scientific advantage would be the key to winning the battle space. The charter for the National Academy was signed less than a year after the battle, and it established the National Academy of Sciences as a self-perpetuating, independent body advising the nation. So the important word there is independent. We are not part of the government. My position is not dictated by the administration. We select our own members, and we give impartial, unbiased, nonpartisan advice to the government. Now, since the time of the Civil War, science has only increased in terms of its importance to society. It goes far beyond military advantage to include overall health, food, well-being, et cetera, for people, environmental health, for example. This plot, I think, really illustrates the importance of science. In my view, science is the best way out of the zero-sum problem. It used to be long ago that for some people, such as the nobles, to have more food, it meant that the peasants had to go without. But as this plot shows, it gives the increase in life expectancy for multiple regions of the globe, Oceania, Europe, Americas, Asia, world, and the world average, and Africa, as a function of time. And what you can see is, since the start of the increase in science in the beginning of the 19th century, or the end of the 19th century, and particularly right after World War II, that basically everyone has gotten ahead. Everyone is living longer because they are more healthy, they're eating better foods, they have cleaner environment, and they have cleaner water. So what role does the National Academy of Sciences play in this overall science ecosystem? Well, we have three particular roles that I mention here. First of all, we select the top scientists to become members of the Academy. I would say this is our least important function, but it is one that we have in common with science academies all over the world. The second important role of the National Academies is to determine what is the scientific consensus. When there's a doubt on what does the science actually say, people turn to the National Academy to answer that question. One analogy that I like to use is we serve as a sort of Supreme Court for science. And when there are difficult issues, that's when we weigh in. We also use science to guide public policy by serving as a nonpartisan science advisor to the nation. Of course, the president has his own science advisor, but that science advisor is viewed as political and potentially partisan, whereas that's not true of the Academy. Now, of these three roles of the Academy, the last one is unique to the National Academies of Science, Engineering, and Medicine, where the latter two academies have been more recently established to bring in broader expertise. There is no other academy worldwide that has this role of being the official science advisor to the nation. So what I'm going to do now is give you some examples of ways in which the Academy has served as the Supreme Court for Science and then as serving as the science advisor for the nation. So one that actually is one of our most known reports was one that was issued in 2009 on forensics. And in this case, there was concern that was raised by the Justice Department when they came to the Academy that people didn't know how to, well, particularly lawyers and judges, didn't know how to quantify the strength of forensic evidence. And they asked the Academy to look into it. Of particular concern was eyewitness testimony. How reliable is that? Bite marks. How unique are bite marks to an individual? Blood spatter. Can that actually determine how a crime went down? And hair samples that didn't have the roots. If you have a hair sample at a crime scene, how confident are you saying that the defendant was the person who left that hair? Well, what the Academy actually found was that with the exception of DNA, none of these other forensic techniques were on solid scientific footing, and they needed to be put on solid scientific footing. As a result of this report, thousands of death row cases were appealed, and numerous death row inmates have now been exonerated based on going back into their case files and finding DNA evidence that could not be analyzed at the time, but can now, and exonerated the person who had been originally convicted of the crime. Another example of serving as the Supreme Court for science is the topic of immigration in the US. This study was requested back in the mid part of the last decade. And what was important about it was funded not by the government, but by a private foundation, so as to be apolitical. It was started under the Obama administration, but delivered in the ramp up to the 2016 election. There were a pair of reports, one on the integration of immigrants into American society, and a second one on the economic and fiscal consequences of immigration. What these reports found were that, first of all, immigrants are becoming Americans just as fast as ever before. So the rate at which the Irish integrated into American society, or people from Eastern Europe, or people from Vietnam, or more recently, people from the Middle East and Afghanistan, they are all immigrating into the US just as fast as ever before, but they are finding less positive benefit in terms of their health and the education systems that they are experiencing here in the US. And over 10-year periods, we also found that the effect of immigration on wages is very small, and any negative effects were confined to the lowest level of wage earner. Immigration in this report was found to have an overall positive impact on US economic growth, with something like more than a quarter of startup companies being initiated by recent immigrants. But what the report found that was quite interesting is that the benefits of immigration are not even in location or in time. That the first wave of immigrants that come into, say, a border town or a gateway city can actually be a strain on local social services. But then their children, and particularly their grandchildren, pay back that investment many-fold over what was actually put into that first generation. But the problem with that payback is that whereas the cost is in the gateway communities, the payback is nationwide, which makes it easy to understand why it's simultaneously possible to have immigration as very good for America, but yet there are disproportionate impacts on some communities of supporting immigration. I also heard that you were interested in the Academy's work on complex topics such as climate change. And climate change is perhaps even more complex than the immigration issue. This is a study that was done also in 2016, in which the Academy was asked to weigh in on whether climate change is already being seen in terms of impacts on extreme weather events, such as floods, droughts, and hurricanes. What this report concluded was that one can only discuss these events in a probabilistic sense. One can't say Hurricane Dorian was caused by climate change, or the current drought in California is caused by climate change. But you can say in a probabilistic sense that droughts are becoming more frequent, that hurricanes are becoming larger, and that other extreme events, such as heat waves, are also more likely. The way they came to this conclusion was the report committee both looked at the change in historical patterns of these extreme events, but they also went back to the fundamental physics to say, how might climate likely influence these extreme events through physical models? In other words, can you see it both in the data and relate it back to physics fundamentals? And they came up with a list of confidence level with which these extreme events could be attributed to climate change. I understand that this audience might also be interested in some aspects of inequality. This was a landmark report from 2018 on sexual harassment of women. And I show on the right side a diagram or a cartoon that was created to illustrate the problem of sexual harassment of women. At the time that this report was written, there was a misperception in the community that only the part of this iceberg that is above water is what is considered sexual harassment, sexual assault, rape, quid pro quo, threatening that if you don't give sexual favors, you will be dismissed or not get your degree or whatever, and unwanted sexual attention. But what the report concluded was that most of what's above the iceberg has actually been diminished through policies and procedures, but it is the part of gender harassment, as they called it, that is below the public consciousness, or the part of the iceberg that's below the water, that is actually making an unfriendly environment for women. Unwanted sexual discussions, sexist insults, offensive teaching, the microaggressions, sort of like, oh, why would someone like you be interested in doing something really difficult like this? All of these things were working to discourage women in science. And this report actually changed a lot of viewpoints by using data and examples, whereas many people thought that sexual harassment had been left behind decades before. It was clear that it was still alive and well, but just underground. And the fact that it is underground makes it even more difficult to address. So let me move on next to science as it informs policy. And let me give you a few examples of academy work in that area. This is a report that I love to tell audiences about because it's actually sort of counterintuitive. This was a report that was done in 1986 at a time when it became clear that secondhand smoking was a threat to human health. That even if you were not a smoker yourself, if you were being subjected to smoking around you, that could adversely impact your health. So the FAA came to the Academy and asked a simple question: should smoking be banned on airplanes in order to protect human health? Now, the Academy said, of course, yes, the air is being recirculated in the cabin. At that point, the airline's response to secondhand smoking had been to create a non-smoking section in the front of the plane and a smoking section in the back of the plane. And, the Academy said that's doing nothing because all the air is being recirculated throughout the plane. That does nothing to protect health. But what they also said was that the worst impact you could make on human health would be to suddenly ban smoking on all flights. And the reason for that conclusion was that there were aircraft engineers also on this committee considering this question. And what they said was that During normal flight operations, small pinprick defects occur in the fuselage or in the cabin of the airplane. And it was at that point only the tar and nicotine from the cigarettes that was plugging those small defects and preventing the passenger cabin from depressurizing. So they said, if you suddenly ban smoking on airplanes, then they won't be able to maintain pressure at altitude. So the Academy, in its wisdom, suggested a phased approach to banning smoking on airplanes, both to allow smokers to adjust to long periods of time without being able to smoke, and to allow aircraft manufacturers the opportunity to improve the quality control in the passenger cabins of airplanes. So now we all fly smoke-free and are still able to breathe on airplanes. Another example of suggesting policy advice based on science was the AIDS crisis. Now, many of you, I'm sure, are too young to remember a time when AIDS was a life-threatening disease that was running rampant through particular communities, particularly the intravenous drug community and the homosexual community. At the time, the view of the administration was that this was a scourge on people who had chosen bad lifestyles. So the administration was unlikely to take any action on AIDS. This Academy report, Confronting AIDS, Directions for Public Health, Healthcare, and Research, completely turned around the advice or the position of the administration. What the report concluded was that there was nothing specific to these communities, which meant that they were the only ones vulnerable to AIDS. And that if the government didn't take immediate action to develop treatments for AIDS and prevention for AIDS, that this would spread through the blood supply into the entire American society and would become a public health crisis. So the administration took this advice and put a lot of funding into AIDS research to both provide preventative measures and treatments for AIDS, such that now in the US, rarely does anyone die of AIDS. What was amazing about this was during the Reagan administration. And the President Reagan's common quip was that government is not the solution to our problem. Government is the problem. And yet the government stood up and confronted this crisis. And the impact was clear when you compare the fact that AIDS cases and AIDS deaths started plummeting in the US, whereas they continued to rise in Africa, where there was no acknowledgement that HIV causes AIDS and anything should be done about it. So you can see that life expectancy was rising in all these countries in Africa. And then when the AIDS crisis hit at the end of the 1980s, life expectancy plummeted throughout Africa because of failure to act on AIDS. And the US was saved from that fate. That report on sexual harassment of women also led to policy actions. As a result of that report, we created what was called an action collaborative, in which leadership from academic institutions all around the country got together to decide what should be done about preventing sexual harassment and creating an open and welcoming environment for women. What the report had concluded that wasn't working was simply requiring legal compliance. Most kinds of training were actually backfiring. And the approach in most universities of quietly dismissing sexual harassers and allowing them to move on to other institutions, in other words, kicking the can down the road, was actually making the problem worse. What was working and what this action collaborative embraced was how to create more inclusive, respectful environments in universities, how to diffuse hierarchies. In other words, most of academia is in sort of a feudal indentured servant kind of model where women students are beholden to their advisors for their funding, their thesis work, and their ultimate job prospects. And if you don't diffuse that hierarchy, then it will be difficult to create a fairer environment for women. The Action Collaborative developed ways to support the targets of harassment, to enforce policies against sexual harassment, and to make everyone responsible, for example, by conducting bystander training so that people get involved when they see bad things happening. We are taking this same model and also applying it to the underrepresentation of minorities in science, because many of the issues are the same and many of the interventions are also the same. Although there are some differences, and in particular, a recent Academy report pointed out the excessive, almost the dual identity of, for example, African-American women, both being women and a minority, and the burden that that places on them. Next, let me say something about actions for climate. This was a pair of reports that were done in 2016 that asked the question, what does the science say about intentionally engineering climate and what should be done? It turned out in the end to be a pair of reports, one on climate reflecting sunlight to cool the earth, that is changing Earth's albedo, and the other was on carbon dioxide removal and sequestration. These reports showed that these two different approaches to climate engineering actually had very different outcomes. For example, reflecting sunlight does not address high CO2. It just masks the problem. Whereas CO2 removal actually does reduce high CO2 concentrations. Reflecting sunlight has novel global risks to it, whereas CO2 removal was viewed to be fairly safe environmentally. Reflecting sunlight is inexpensive compared to the cost of curbing emissions, whereas CO2 removal is very expensive. It is much cheaper just to not emit the CO2 in the first place than to try to remove it after it has been emitted. Reflecting sunlight can produce short-term impacts, as is seen when, for example, there's a large volcanic eruption that puts particles in the air that reflect sunlight, and immediately we see a cooling of the globe. Whereas for CO2 removal, the results accumulate very, very slowly. Reflecting sunlight, it could be done unilaterally. One nation or one large corporation could decide to put particles up in the stratosphere to reflect sunlight, whereas CO2 removal will require international cooperation before it will have much impact. Reflecting sunlight needs governance, mostly because of those novel global risks, whereas governance is unnecessary for CO2 removal. Reflecting sunlight, once you start it, you have to keep doing it and keep doing it every year or two in order to maintain the impacts. Otherwise, the full onslaught of global warming will immediately reappear. Whereas CO2 removal, if you decided you removed enough, you could easily terminate it and there would be no ill effects. let me just say that this advice is having impacts in terms of both research and developing governance for particularly reflecting sunlight, just in case this is our Hail Mary in the future that has to be executed in order to avoid undesirable impacts from climate change. Let me turn briefly to science advice in crisis. The pandemic has illustrated for us the need to actually produce science much faster. We can't leisurely produce a consensus report. And during the pandemic, we created what we call actionable science. That is science that is presented to a policymaker, which is given in the time scale that the policymaker needs and is understandable in terms of what actions the policymaker should take. An example of two very quick letter reports we did, one was on crisis standards of care for COVID-19, and the other was encouraging COVID-19 protective behaviors. And there were many more that we turned around on timescales of a week or two in order to provide advice to the government. We also dealt with misinformation through a web-based project called Based on Science. And surprisingly, there were a number of really kind of bizarre questions that were gaining a lot of traction within the public, for which we had to develop science-based answers to those questions on short timescales. For example, does ultraviolet light kill the coronavirus? Do bleach and other disinfectants kill the coronavirus? And particularly encouraging people not to drink bleach and disinfectants. There was a rumor going around that heating your skin would kill the coronavirus. We had to debunk that. Do homemade cloth masks protect against the novel coronavirus? And how well do they protect relative to N95s and surgical masks? Just because you have antibodies, does that mean you're immune? And the answer is no. And does hand sanitizer kill the coronavirus? Those were some examples of things we put up very quickly on the web, all written at the 8th grade level in order to address the likely audience. And then finally, let me just end with this. The importance of the power of science to imagine better solutions. And the example I'd like to show you on that is something called the Human Genome Project. In 1988, the Academy used its own funds to support a consensus study on whether there should be a national effort to sequence the human genome. That report, published in 1988, recommended that yes, there would be numerous benefits to human health and the economy from such a project. Of course, the payoff in advances to human health and sequencing technology has been immeasurable, with spin-offs to many other fields, and has generated multi-billion-dollar new industries. At the time that this was proposed, it was not a moonshot. It was actually a Pluto shot. Because if you consider that you could perhaps drive from your home to work in 30 minutes in 1988, when this report was published, and then imagine that the speed of making that trip, as it was in 1988 versus as it is in the year 2022, has increased by as many orders of magnitude as has gene sequencing. In that same 30 minutes, at that increased speed, you could travel not from your home to work, but from your home to Pluto. So let me just end with this thought for you, that science without policy is still science, but policy without science is gambling. So thank you very much. I will stop sharing and we can go to questions.
Thank you so much, Dr. McKnight. What a wonderful speech. Especially, I had no idea about the unintended consequences of smoking on the plane. So that was fascinating. Thank you for sharing such a diverse cross-section of National Academies reports. So you mentioned toward the end there about COVID and the potential for misinformation. So we had a question from the audience about that. And we know that, during COVID, as science evolves, and personally as a scientist, I know that we don't always know the answers and they're changing over time as we gain more information. But for the public, especially non-scientists, it can often be confusing when recommendations, public health and scientific recommendations change over time as we learn new information. And this can provide space for misinformation to sneak in. And so that's the context of the question. And the question is, how do you think that public agencies, scientific associations, can better communicate this distinction to avoid this perception of kind of self-contradiction or confusion that sometimes undermines public trust, but still provide the best possible advice given the current state of the knowledge?
So, I love this question, and I actually have almost an entire whole talk on this, just because the pandemic could have been an opportunity to show the methodology of science at work. That science is not a universal list of facts that are for perpetuity, but actually science is messy. Science is messy. It goes forward by fits and starts. Initial indications might be later overturned. And when you don't have time to actually get a time-honored consensus on a topic, the opportunity for public confusion is huge. And we as scientists did not handle that well. There were a couple things we did wrong. First of all, sometimes we told people what we thought they should be doing and pretended it was based on science when it wasn't. In the early days of the novel coronavirus, no one knew anything about it. No one knew how to treat it. No one knew how it was spread. There were lots of unknowns. And rather than being honest and saying, this is what we don't know, but here's what we're going to do because we know it has worked in prior pandemics. We don't know if it's going to work for this one, like wearing masks during the Spanish flu. We know that helped then. We're going to suggest that now for that reason, but we're going to work on getting the data to actually show whether that's effective or not. And even worse, sometimes we said in the very beginning of the pandemic, you remember people were encouraged not to wear masks. And it wasn't based on science, but because people heard it from scientists, they thought it was. It was based on simply a availability problem of the supply chain. So to pretend that a supply chain decision is science when it isn't is crazy. And of course, the worst poster child for misinformation was ivermectin. There was an initial study that was actually peer-reviewed and published that suggested that ivermectin might be a treatment for COVID. As all scientists know, one study is one study. It's one suggestion of something. It wasn't blinded. It didn't have sufficient power. It should have been immediately questioned. But yet, the perfect storm in ivermectin was ivermectin actually is approved for human use for something else that has nothing to do with a viral infection. And secondly, ivermectin is freely available without a prescription at your local feed store, but in doses that will kill people because it's supposed to be for horses. So that was sort of the worst case of science getting it wrong, but the public being able to act on that wrong information far too easily with disastrous consequences. So I hope we've learned our lesson from this.
Yeah, thank you for that very, very detailed response. I'm gonna have to bring you back to give that full talk some other time. Going off of that, we have another question from the audience. We've seen how with COVID, some of the science or the misinterpretation of science has become very partisan with the pandemic. So how do you navigate science that has different partisan beliefs attached to it?
Yeah, so this is difficult, and this is the first time that I really think we've seen such a partisan divide on a human health issue. We've had partisan divides over climate change, which of course has human health consequences, but the polarization in this case actually is not the science. It has to do with values. My view in this is that those who reject vaccination and wearing masks are doing it not because they actually think the science is wrong, but because they actually prioritize individual liberty over government directives. And if we instead had been from the get-go more conscious of the fact that this was a personal choice issue as opposed to really a science issue, I think we could have addressed it much better.
Thank you. So on a related note, what role should scientists play outside the lab in addressing a lot of these big issues? Of course, we need scientists working in the lab to really come up with solutions to society's biggest problems, but outside the lab, what are some roles scientists should play with these big issues that you mentioned through your talk: climate change, pandemic, food security, equity, et cetera?
Yeah. So, I think as scientists, we're still sort of grappling with this. How do we connect to the public without seeming to dictate to the public what their values should be? And I think we have to be very careful not to do that. The first thing I'd suggest for scientists, and I say this all the time, it's not just a pandemic issue, it's an issue about everything we do. We have to get out of our science silos more often. Too often, scientists work with only other scientists. They live in communities like near campuses, campus faculty housing, whatever, in which they're surrounded by scientists. Their kids go to school near campus where the other kids also have academic parents. And we socialize with other academics. We really have to get out of those silos and spend more time with people who think, work, and act differently than us, and show that we have a human side and that we have a lot in common. Just as an example, I'll give you my family for more than 20 years now. Every summer, we've gone camping in the Sierras with a group of people who are from all over California, from the reddest part of the states as well as the blue parts. And what we all have in common is we love spending a 10-day period up in the Sierras, enjoying nature and camping with our families. This has been the best insight for me as to how politically very conservative people think, and their best insight to the fact that scientists are human by getting to know me. We talk about how much we want the Sierras to be there for our grandchildren, and yet how we see things changing before our very eyes, how a certain pass that we never were able to get through in July because there was too much snow is now snow-free in June. And changes we see to the ecosystems around us, drying up streams and valleys. This is very important because this is what actually connects them to the fact that climate change is real and it's real for them.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, forming that interpersonal connection. So if you see someone as human, like earlier, one of our panelists was saying that many of the people in the general public just have never met a scientist. And so how do you humanize that? That's such good advice and really important for everyone in the audience to take away, and for me personally. So thank you. We've got a couple of questions about the National Academy, and so just wanted to ask you that. So one of the questions was that when releasing a report, how does the Academy disseminate its findings to the general public beyond advertising just government entities? And would the Academy be responsible for any public information campaign at the same time to better get the information out, or is it just about releasing the report?
Yeah, so I really love this question because this is a position of the Academy that has really changed over the last, since I've been president at least. When I came in as president, we wrote a new strategic plan. And one of the big, hairy goals in the strategic plan was to do a better job of communicating the results of our deliberations to a broader audience. Now, I will admit there are occasionally the report we do that is a very specific issue that's targeted at one agency, and basically handing it to that agency is the right thing to do. One we did recently, for example, for I think it was either the Fish and Wildlife Service or the National Park Service, I think it was Fish and Wildlife, was on some very esoteric question of whether an endangered red wolf was actually a single species or whether there were several species of them. And that's something that, most members of the public probably view as a question that they don't really care about. But many of the reports we do are of great interest to the public. So what we do is, first of all of our reports are online and freely available. But we also recognize that most of these reports are too dense and too scholarly for the typical member of the public. So for ones that we particularly see as having public interest, we ask the sponsor for sufficient funding to create a release campaign in which particular materials are distilled for a public audience. That there will be, short virtual pamphlets, and we have a whole tweet campaign to send out the main findings. The pandemic has actually been a benefit to our releases because most of the formal releases prior to the pandemic were done in the Academy auditorium, which had limited seating and it was mostly journalists. Now we do these releases through virtual events online and invite everyone through Twitter, Facebook, and other mechanisms, email solicitations to come and hear about the report in simple language for the public.
That's awesome. We have another audience question about the reports. How does the National Academy of Sciences evaluate the impact of the reports it produces?
Yes, I love that question too, because this is something that we spent a lot of time really mulling over. When I arrived at the Academy, impact was anecdote. We would just, hear from someone that the report, like the one on forensics, it was the Innocence Project that told us how many death row inmates had actually had their convictions overturned thanks to that report. It wasn't anything we did. It just happened to come in through the Innocence Project. So now we are much more thoughtfully trying to track impact. And the first thing we do is we ask the committee that actually wrote the report to come up with a simple table of what sort of impacts would you like to see. Do you want to see legislation? Do you want to see something as simple as the conversation being changed? And that's what happened with that immigration report. It changed the conversation about what the impacts of immigration were, from being it's good, it's bad, to having that nuance of it's good for the nation overall over time, but it can be bad for certain communities over the short term. So just changing the conversation can sometimes be what we expect to see. Sometimes we might expect to see action taken by the public on something. And so we ask the committee to decide, what do you want to see happen? And then we track that. We we report back to the funding agency as well as to what those impacts have been.
Thank you. That's really interesting to know. So you mentioned toward the end of your talk about the Pluto shot and how that really fascinating analogy about the drive, a 30-minute drive in 1988 would bring you to Pluto now at the same speed as the Human Genome Project has accelerated. And so a question from the audience is, what's the next Pluto shot for our current generation of sciences?
So, it's hard to single out any one field, but I think that let me mention just two broad areas where I think there are Pluto shots. One is in synthetic biology, and the other is in AI. I think those are two areas. And let me just tell you one in AI that I heard about the other day that fascinated me. And it was a machine learning exercise that took a whole bunch of scientific papers and science papers that had been written, a decade ago, and it compared how well the science has stood the test of time, and what were the features of those scientific studies that had meant that they were reproducible, that they were reliable, that they were done with integrity, and that they were something that you could actually build on that work. Then after they trained the machine on those papers for which they knew the result, they brought in a completely different group of papers, and they asked the machine to predict which of those papers were reliable and believable, and which ones were probably going to not stand the test of time. And the machine got it right in 100% of the cases. So now you can imagine, what if we had the computing power now to do this with every single scientific study? Think how much faster science would progress.
Yeah, that's amazing. And just, it makes me think of a study I heard recently about AI generated faces, and people have trouble distinguishing between real faces and AI faces, and maybe we'll need a new National Academies reports on crime and forensics because of stuff like that. So it's interesting how it's really changing the game.
Well, and deep fakes too.
Yeah. We got a question kind of going back a little bit in your career. What really interested you in science and the area of your science you got your PhD in, and how has that affected your career?
So that's an easy one to answer. You have to understand that I was an undergraduate in physics in the early 1970s, and like most of my generation who are undergraduates in physics, there were sort of two areas of science that seemed the most exciting. One was astrophysics, and the other was particle physics. But my physics professor took me aside when I was, within a year of graduating. He was my advisor, and he said to me, "I want you to read this Scientific American article." And he knew that I was thinking of where to go for graduate school. But he said to me, "The issue with particle physics and with astrophysics is these have become such large-scale scientific endeavors that you are part of a huge team. And when you get to publish a paper, you're one of 100 or 200 authors. And so it's really hard to establish your own individual reputation in those fields." But he said, "You've taken some geology courses, so read this article." And what the article was the first paper for a non-specialist audience on plate tectonics that was published by John Dewey in Scientific American. At that time, the geology department at my college didn't accept plate tectonics, didn't believe in it, thought it was a flash in the pan that would go away. So I had never heard of this concept. I read that paper and I said, this is so simple. This is so beautiful. This all has to be right. So I immediately did an about face, stopped applying to any physics departments, and said, all these plate boundaries, or most of them anyway, are underwater. I need to go to an oceanographic institution. So that's what I did. And I got in on the ground floor of a scientific revolution. I got to graduate school and there was no need to read all these papers going back, 4 or 5 years on a topic, because basically there weren't any papers worth reading. All the evidence had to be reinterpreted within the new paradigm. And so as a graduate student, I was leading oceanographic expeditions because the faculty couldn't get on board fast enough. So it was an exciting time.
Wow, you have an amazing story. We have a question going a little bit further in your career. As the editor-in-chief of the Science family of journals, one thing you worked on was making scientific publishing more available to the public through open access journals. How do you see this progressing, and will that affect the future of scientific research and its impact on the public?
So let me tell you this little story.
Yeah.
So when I was editor-in-chief of Science, I said, we need to start an open access journal. And we were thinking, what should we call it? And some people thought, let's call it Science Open. And I said, no, we're not going to call it Science Open, because in the near future, all journals are going to be open. And having open in your title will not distinguish you from anyone else. So that's how we came up with the name Science Advances. And I still believe that's true. Obviously, the speed at which journals have either converted to hybrid or converted to fully open access, or that journal families have created new open access titles has been truly astounding. And I was just in a conversation with some people the other day, and I can't say too much about it because it's just being considered. But we decided what we would do is pull together a meeting and pick one area of science, and it's an area of great public interest, and figure out, how do we make all of the science in this field open? And if we can make all of the science in this one area of research open across all journals, all families, for-profit, nonprofit, whatever, then that is our test of how quickly we can convert all other fields to be completely open as well.
Wait, so what happened?
So we're planning the meeting. We're gonna
Okay. I'm looking forward to that. That's wonderful. So I know we're approaching the end of our session here, and I want to be cognizant of your time. So what is one action that individuals attending today's event, whether students or people from the community, faculty, staff, anything, wherever their background, what's one action that people can take today to have some kind of impact in science policy or related spaces?
Yeah. So the corollary to all politics is local is all science to impact policy is also local. For example, if someone comes to me, a staffer for a congressman or a senator, and says, the senator is really interested in this topic, who should she or he talk to in order to find out more about what the science says? I always try to find someone from that state, if not that congressional district to talk to that person, because the political leaders trust that someone from their community is going to understand the culture of that community. They're going to understand the issues that are important to that community. And if that person can bring the science perspective, but it's couched in the local situation, that is really strong. So what I'd say to every one of you, send just a quick note. Many of you are perhaps left home because you're postdocs or students at a university, but the fact that you have roots somewhere else is so critical. Drop a note to your state and national representatives and say, this is who I am, and this is what I know about. And if you ever have any questions, consider me your scientist on call. Give me a call. And even if it's not on my topic, I can find someone for you who will fill you in. And this builds a trust network that will really improve the incorporation of science into public policy.
That's fantastic advice. Thank you so much, Dr. McNutt. We really appreciate you taking the time to come speak at our symposium today. Let's give a warm round of applause to Dr. McNutt.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Goodbye, and enjoy the rest of your day. I know you have a great networking session coming up.
Thank you so much. So I think we're going to take a quick break while we while our next speaker gets ready. So for those of you online, you can take a break for a sec. For those of you in person, feel free to grab some coffee or use the restroom, and we'll be back to our programming in a couple of minutes.
Hello, can y'all hear me? Does Jacob know what we're doing? Hello?
All right, everyone, thank you so much. We're actually going to get started again with our program. So our next and actually final speaker for today is Senator Carol Alvarado. And I just want to say, before I give the senator's introduction, we are going to be having, after this, another short coffee break, and then we're going to have discussion groups, both online and in person. So please stick around for a little bit in the Zoom and also in person after this talk, so that we can have our discussion groups for those of you who would like to. Without further ado, I'm going to start by introducing our next speaker. Senator Carol Alvarado currently serves as a Texas state senator for Texas District 6. She's a native Houstonian who served on the Houston City Council and later went on to be elected to the Texas House of Representatives, where she served for 5 terms before moving on to her current role in the state Senate. Senator Alvarado's primary legislative focus has been on economic development public health, and public education, and she's championed legislation aimed at strengthening our state's workforce, improving workforce development services, and streamlining Texas's economic incentive programs. I'm delighted to welcome Senator Alvarado to speak here today. She's going to be joining us virtually. Without further ado, Senator Alvarado.
Hello, and thank you. Thank y'all, and I'm actually making my way there. I am leaving the funeral of Deputy Armendariz, who was a constituent. Y'all may have seen on the news. He was gunned down while trying to stop some thieves from stealing his catalytic converter outside of a store. Very tragic story, and it was kind of hard to leave there. I was sitting on the front row, but I will hopefully get to at least say hello, maybe during your coffee break or before. You've had quite a distinguished group of speakers come to this gathering, and I feel very honored to follow in their footsteps. I love being at the Baker Institute. Somebody I admire, James Baker, and I know a lot of you graduate students are tracking politics, especially these days. There's so much to keep up with. And so I'm happy just to share a little bit about my story. I grew up in the East End, graduated from Milby High School, did my undergrad and graduate school at the University of Houston. And I worked in Congress for Congressman Gene Green, who was my congressman. So it was a real pleasure to be able to do work for and then I spent 4 years working in city hall during a very exciting time. I worked for Mayor Levin, and there my portfolio solid housing, and I was the liaison to Metro. So I was engaged when we built the first Metro rail line, which was down Main Street, and then was also the mayor's liaison to the Sports Authority, where I was very much engaged with the development of Toyota Center and the NRG Stadium. And I also served as a liaison to the Port of Houston, which is kind of where I grew up. So it was near and dear to my heart to have that connection. I served on Houston City Council for 6 years and Mayor Pro Tem under Mayor Bill White. And then I ran for the state legislature, where I served 10 years in the House and was able to champion some things. And let me go back to the city council, though, because one of the things I'm most proud of is passing the smoke-free ordinance in our city. We worked on that quite a bit. So if you enjoy going to restaurants and bars that are smoke-free, I'll just say you're welcome. That's something that took a lot of negotiating to get passed. It took 2 times. The first time was just getting it passed in restaurants and in some workplaces. And then the second time I went back and we were able to do it in bars and every place else. My time in the House, I've been able to champion things like regulating e-cigarettes for minors. And as you saw recently, the city of Houston is now regulating it just like they do smoking. So I'm happy that people are promoting healthier living for our fellow Houstonians and Texans. And I've also worked on issues such as getting extra mammogram coverage for women. I've passed 2 bills related to that. And if you, anyone in the audience is gone or has a relative, a mom or sister or spouse that's gone to get a mammogram and there's an abnormal reading and you have to go get the more advanced, like a diagnostic or MRI type of mammogram. Well, most of the times insurance companies weren't paying for that. But with the bill I passed now requires providers, if they pay for a regular mammogram, now they have to pay for that more advanced mammogram, which can mean life or death in some situations. I also worked on legislation to make our grand jury, a much more fair system. Texas was the only state in the country that had what's called a pick-a-pal system for picking grand jurors, which meant you might not have diversity in the grand jury pool, which could have an impact on the outcome. And so after I passed the bill along with Senator Whitmire, now jurors in Texas are picked randomly like they are in other states. So hopefully it's leading to a more fair and balanced system when it comes to grand juries and the outcome. I also, this session, very timely, especially with what happened with Deputy Almendarez, passed a bill that cracks down on theft and any part of the process in the black market for people engaged in the theft of catalytic converters, which is, as I mentioned earlier, was the cause of tragic death of Deputy Almendarez. Now looking back, we have more work to go back and finish on that issue. Health and the environment have been very important to me, especially growing up in the East End. I cut my teeth on being an activist on environmental issues. I grew up around a lot of industry, chemical companies and refineries. And at a very young age, I was probably, I don't know, I think I was still a teenager. My home was trying to get their permits extended to be able to produce more chemicals. And I requested a public hearing, which I had every right to do as somebody that lived very near the facility. And we went through for about a year process negotiating with the company. And I knew I couldn't shut them down. I didn't want to shut them down because those jobs are important. But that was my first lesson about negotiating, striking a balance. And I was able to work with the company and some environmental groups to create what became known as the Good Neighbor Agreement, where we got a whole list of concessions, and it became the model for other communities. And I was contacted by various press. We had a story on the cover of one of the national newspapers, USA Today, and then Harvard Business College, they called us and they incorporated our negotiating process into their class on negotiations. And I laugh about this, but I tell people, I said, you know, I was learning on the fly. I really didn't know a whole lot of what all the protests of the permit took in. But it's funny when we got calls and I was talking to press or like Harvard, they'd say, well, how long have you been negotiating? They had no idea. I was just 18 or 19 at the time. And I laughed and I said, well, this is actually my first time. But that's really one of the things I'm most proud of in my career, and just doing it as a student, as a community activist. And so that I'm glad that it's served as a model for other communities, because I think we need to hold people accountable, and taking that passion to the legislature, I was able to pass a bill that now regulates above ground storage tanks. If you may recall, back in 2019, I think it was in March, there was a fire that went on for quite some time in Deer Park. The name of the company was ITC. And it's during that process that I learned that these type of above ground storage tanks were not regulated by the state. They're regulated by an industry council. So they're kind of governing themselves. And now, thanks to the bill that I passed, those type of facilities are now regulated and have to complete a whole list of things before they are able to operate. So very happy about that. Right now in the Senate, I serve on the Committee of Natural Resources and Economic Development. I served on the Special Committee on Redistricting, which is something we took on this session. That's done every 10 years. We focus on getting people to fill out their census forms so vigilantly because those numbers are used in the redistricting process when we draw lines for the state house, the state senate, Congress, and the state board of education. And we, unfortunately, Texas is usually in a lawsuit because of the gerrymandering and unfair maps that are often drawn. And this session was not any different. 95% of the growth in Texas is attributed to communities of color. And of that, 50% is attributed to the Latino community. However, the 2 congressional seats that Texas gained, and by the way, we were the only state in the entire country to gain 2 seats. Neither one of those seats were created as a Latino opportunity district, even though most of the growth was from our community. So, as I said, lawsuits and court dates to follow. So you'll see some of that in the news. I'll pause there to take questions. My 10 minutes may be up. I did not get a chance to talk about the voting bill and the filibuster, but hopefully we can incorporate that into some of the Q&A. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Senator. Really appreciate you telling us all about the work you've been doing over the many years. Yeah, I mean, if you want to start by talking about the voting bill and the filibuster, I mean, I'm sure everyone would be happy to hear about that since you just mentioned it.
It's always a great opener. Unfortunately, this session we were in, till through October, I believe. We had 3 special sessions, and it was all because of the voting suppression bill. I'm sure many of you followed it. I'm telling you, this session had an assortment of challenges. I mean, first of all, we're going in during a pandemic, which meant it wasn't normal business at the Capitol. I mean, you couldn't just pop into the Capitol. You had to get a test. We got tested every day and then got a wristband before we got on the floor that showed we were tested negative. And then the freeze, which brought in more challenges. And then it's redistricting. And then you had the voting bill. So this bill, as you know, targeted a lot of what Harris County implemented during the pandemic. They came up with some very creative ways to make people feel comfortable and safe going to vote, like the drive-through voting and the 24-hour voting, because we know that we had a lot of medical professions, first responders working overtime because of the pandemic. The 24-hour voting brought in over 10,000 voters that might not otherwise have voted. The drive-through voting brought in over 128,000 voters. And these were, there were Democrats, Republicans, they all, from all faces of life. But the legislature took it upon themselves to want to intervene and make sure that Harris County or other counties can no longer do that. And then also put many constraints on mail ballots, even though there have been, I think maybe one case where somebody has been prosecuted, but there is no overwhelming proof or convictions of people that have been involved in mail ballot fraud. So we tried many things to try to stop it. House Democrats broke quorum twice, and the second one resulted in their trip to DC. Many of us in the Senate, about 7 of us, also went to DC in support of our House Democrats. And so there couldn't be really any much business conducted at the Capitol because one chamber was gone, and then in the Senate, 7 of us were gone. Eventually, that came to an end. But during that time, I engaged in a 15-hour filibuster. I knew that I couldn't kill the bill, but I felt so strong about this issue that it was kind of the civil rights of our time, of our generation. And where I sit on the floor, there's this very large portrait Lyndon Johnson, and it's I mean, this sounds kind of hokey, but I could feel him staring at me. He said, you know, Lyndon Johnson was a giant, and this painting is giant, and I felt like Texans have stood tall and stood proud for issues that they believed in, like Barbara Jordan, like Lyndon Johnson, like Ann Richards. And this is one of those issues where you will be defined by what you did during that time. And I stood for 15 hours with no water, no bathroom breaks, no food. I couldn't lean on the desk. I couldn't lean on the chair. And I had to stay on the topic of the bill. It's not a thing where think it was Ted Cruz who did something like that, but he read Green Eggs and Ham, I believe. I actually had to talk about the substance of the bill. And I focused a lot on the issues facing the disabled and seniors, because we had so many people come and testify, people that had Parkinson's or other disabilities where their signature was different from, say, 5 years ago or before they became disabled or ill. And then this new process of having to put your last 4 digits or your driver's license or ID number both on the application for the mail ballot and the mail ballot. I'm sure y'all have heard stories of the thousands, and now we're learning more, there are more than we thought, that of ballots that were rejected because people didn't realize that they had to put the same number. And that could be a challenge for our seniors who might not remember what they put on a form 2 weeks ago. Was it their driver's license? Was it the social security number? So it came to a point where we were telling people, just put both. Put your social security and your Texas driver's license so there's no confusion. And there was supposed to be a quick remedy, a cure system that really wasn't convenient. And so that's why we had so many people who lost the opportunity to have their ballot counted.
Thank you for that story, and thank you for all your work on voting rights. 15-hour filibuster is a long time. Like, I like to talk, and I don't think I can talk for 15 hours straight on that. That's very impressive. So thank you. We got a number of questions from the audience on a range of different topics. So I'm going to start with one. One of them says, school districts in Texas seem to heavily push for technology-focused programs, often at the expense of science and the fine arts. What can Texans who are concerned about STEM and arts education do to support these types of education and critical thinking skills?
We've done a lot as it relates to STEM. I believe it was HB 5 several sessions ago. I think I was still in the House, and we continue to look for more opportunities to do that. I would certainly engage with your legislators. I like to hear from experts who come with real proof, scientific proof about things that they're trying to propose. And a lot of times it's a competition for the things that other people want in the curriculum. And I'll just give you an example. For a couple of sessions, I tried to get a course passed on adding personal financial literacy into the curriculum. I really wanted to have it as a mandate, because I think that kids need to know about finance and how to balance a budget, how not to get in debt when they get into college, and manage money and plan for retirement, how to invest. And I had pushback from the Association of Superintendents. And I don't know if it was because they thought it was going to be more work for them or what, but I finally got it passed this session, and it's now going to be offered next school year as an option to count towards economics. So I would say anybody that's out there wanting to push what you mentioned, the the thing to do would be to engage with your legislators early. Do it now while we're in the interim. A lot of bills are worked on 6 months in advance. We're working on ours right now. Sometimes we pick up where we left off the previous session if something didn't pass, but we're always looking for new opportunities, new innovative opportunities.
Yeah, thank you. And that's definitely a good call. And the theme of this session, or theme of this symposium today is engage with your lawmakers, engage with people from the local to the national level. So thank you for reiterating that and telling everyone how important that really is. So we have another question. When working to enact new environmental and public health protections, such as chemical manufacturing and the example you mentioned on education and your advocacy work where you grew up, how do you ensure that legislation gets passed despite possible pushback from industry and other stakeholders?
It's very challenging here in Texas to work our environmentally friendly. The bill that I talked about that regulated the above ground storage tanks, that took a lot of work, and we had to start off working with industry. And I think that's the best way to do it, because you certainly want to know every angle, every side of the issue and what the outcome could be. We worked with various trade associations, and they knew that they had to do something, because that year, not only was it the ITC fire, there were 2 other fires and explosions in various industries. So they knew that they were under pressure. And, the political landscape is such where everything is controlled by one party. So I knew that we had to go hand in hand with industry folks to get something to happen. Now, fast forward today, what I have been fighting in my district are concrete batch plants that are located in predominantly minority neighborhoods. And in my area of Aldine, there are a concentration of these batch plants who emit a lot of particulates that can get into the lungs and into the bloodstream that can cause heart disease and lung disease. This is all scientific. I mean, we had a physician from the county, Dr. Brown, who was at our press conference the day before yesterday. We had the public meeting yesterday, and we were able to, a couple of years ago, keep a concrete batch plant from coming into the Aldine area because they couldn't take the questions, they couldn't take the pressure. And I really think that there was something very suspicious going on, because the lady, very young Latina that they had as the owner, couldn't answer any of the questions on how the facility was going to operate. And so right there on the spot, they withdrew their application. That was a victory. But the one we're dealing with this week is tougher, because the owners aren't backing down, and it is on the fence line of a county park that Commissioner Adrian Garcia, that his administration just completed. It's an all-inclusive park, James Driver Park, and it's a concept which invites many people, but especially the disabled community. There's a school on the premises, and this is just an arm's length away from where this proposed batch plant is going. So today I was on the phone with folks from the association and their trade industry and said, you have to do something. This is too many plants, 8 plants within a 5-mile radius in this one area of Aldine. And we constantly get complaints about the noise pollution. Some of these, I can't even grasp. They're operating 24 hours and they're getting permits that last for 10 years. So if they're bad actors, it's going to take a long time to get them out of business. So now I'm on a new journey, which is to work with the concrete batch plant industry association and come up with some type of legislation that will address this issue. And by the way, this company that is trying to get the permit, they're not part of the association. They're kind of a renegade company.
Thank you for the really interesting story. On a related note, you talked about some of the how long it takes to implement and advocate for a lot of these changes, and how kind of short-term versus long-term kind of horizons can get lost, or different stakeholders look at these issues through different lenses. And so one of the questions from the audience is, many policies involve this trade-off between long-term benefits and short-term costs. And the public may understandably be worried about immediate costs as a matter of impact to their daily lives. So what are some strategies to overcome the political obstacle of policies with short-term costs for long-term benefits?
That's always a challenge, and especially if it's a very complicated issue. It's hard to sometimes convey that, and it's an education process. You have to have the patience to be able to walk someone through what the long-term impact, what the long-term gain is. Yes, it's costing us now, but here's the benefit. And you also have to listen, because you want to understand where the opposition is coming from, and you have to try to address their concerns, certainly with facts and figures and evidence, and then it can be a hand-holding experiment where you have to take people, walk them through the process. But I think you have to be persistent and make your case not from emotion, but from solid facts and proof.
So on a related note, thank you. On a related note, you've been in the Texas Legislature for many years, serving on many different terms. And so you've been able to work on issues for a long time. But as people, at least who are attending from Texas, know, Texas has these very notoriously short legislative sessions, and that often leaves a lot of bills without even a hearing. And so how do you ensure that the most important bills at least get heard, if not hopefully passed?
Well, I wish I had that power to decide what gets heard, but that power comes from the state governor. I've had bills that never see the light of day, but within my office, we prioritize. We have our tier 1 of bills, tier 2, and then a tier, and kind of a wish list. But we work to talk to whatever committee it's going to, and try to convince that this bill deserves having a hearing. And sometimes a bill will get a hearing but never get a vote, and sometimes that you'll have to build on that the next session. I've had bills where we get a hearing and there's not a vote, and that's kind of the deal you make with the chair. The chair will tell you, okay, I'll hear your bill, but we're not voting on it. Okay, so you build on that the next session. And having relationships is important. This has been a hectic couple of days, because yesterday I was in Nacogdoches. There was it's an event with the East Texas Legislative Days. My chairman of transportation, obviously from the opposite part, because all the chairs are in the Senate except one, but it was a real inconvenience for me to make that trip to Nacogdoches yesterday and then come back today, get to the funeral, and then try to see y'all. But you do those things because it adds to the relationship building. And he knew it was an inconvenience. I said, yeah, I'm really stretched thin to get to your event, but I'm going. And just don't forget that I was there. So I'm holding that for something really good that a bill I want to get out of transportation. So if y'all have some ideas, let me know.
Yeah, well, we might when you get here for the networking session. Appreciate that, and thank you again so much for making time to come here today. We have a couple of questions kind of relating a little more back into the intersection of science and policy. And so one of the questions is, what are some similarities and differences for how scientists should advocate and or educate lawmakers at the local level, such as the Houston City Council, versus at the state level? We can't hear you.
City council is very accessible. I know that from city representative and sometimes even who their smoking ban passed, I relied on specialists, on scientists, on health professionals, and it was very easy. We also do the same. For example, when I worked on the vaping bill, we had so many people from the medical center reach out to us. Some we reached out to, and their testimony, it was so critical and probably the most persuasive. So I would say do the same thing. There's an issue. Stand on the bill, but they give their expertise. They provide facts and information.
Seems we're having a few technical difficulties.
Oh, we're having a difficulty with our GPS for some reason. So, but go ahead, continue.
No, we missed the last part of what you were saying. Sorry about that.
Oh no, I was talking to the person driving because I said this is not Rice University.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, we have a couple other questions. So, how do you've talked about, working in as a Democrat in the legislature that's controlled by Republicans, looking at it kind of through a science lens, how do you navigate science that has partisan beliefs attached or associated with it?
Well, very carefully. It's a challenge, whether we are dealing with the vaccine issue or women's reproductive health. It's a challenge because many of us rely on science, and there are some who just want to believe what they read in social media on Facebook or something. But it's becoming a bigger issue as there's more partisanship, more divisiveness in our state and in our country, and we are trying to do our best to deal with that. We could certainly use your peers, you and your colleagues to engage more, to get more involved. So I think forums like this today is helpful. And a state senator, and you have a governor or lieutenant governor, a speaker of the House. I think it's timely. It's timely to weigh in and present information that is helpful to leading to a bill being passed or not.
Thank you. We have a kind of similar question. So there's been a lot of different politically active groups who promote policies with kind of dubious scientific backings, to say the least, sometimes labeled kind of anti-science groups. And they can put pressure on local or state lawmakers to oppose science-backed legislation. In your experience, what have been some effective methods to push back against these movements?
Well, like with anything, numbers speak loudly, and we have people that come to the Capitol often. Now, last session was a little more difficult because of the pandemic, but we had, just give you an example. I mean, you had, rallies outside, you had the anti-vaxxers, or you had, right to life people, both sides of the issue. People like, Planned Parenthood and others had their day. You have to just, put your best foot forward and get engaged, offer information. Next session will be easier because hopefully we won't be in a pandemic. But I would say, and don't wait till session starts. Take time. If there's an issue that your group, any of the students want to promote, or at least weigh in on and offer some substantive data points, that now's the time to make that happen.
Thank you. That was really good advice. On a similar note about the pandemic, during the last 2+ years, our approach to work, social interaction, and commerce have changed a lot. In many ways for the better, actually. Like, look, today we're doing a hybrid symposium with people in person and online, which has allowed for more accessibility, which has, I think, been wonderful. How does the pandemic and this kind of changing and how we do a lot of these things change your approach to public health legislation?
Well, as I said early on, I have been a big advocate on health issues, trying to address things that lead to obesity, which involves so many things, some simple things like not having access to healthy foods, not living in a food desert. And we've tried to take a lot of that on, having more physical PE, physical activity, exercise in the curriculum, and promoting things. I've done health summits, especially tackling diseases that run pretty strong in the Latino community, like heart disease and diabetes. And we've partnered with Baylor. They come into the barrio, into our neighborhoods, and will test people for diabetes and just offer an assortment of resources. We have the largest population of uninsured people in Texas than any other country, over 5.4 million uninsured people in our state. That number increased during the pandemic. And people who weren't living a healthy life to begin with were more susceptible to the virus, to death. And I've been using that as an opportunity to talk to people about choices they make and lifestyle changes. But if you live in a state where, we're driving through the medical center right now, people come from all over, but yet we have millions of people in this state who can't have access to that because they don't have health insurance. And a lot of that has to do with the lack of leadership to expand Medicaid. And that is, it's unfortunate. That money is leaving our state and going to provide health benefits to others across the country. It's very frustrating because healthcare is something that is a strain on our budget. And if you have an unhealthy population, then that leads to so many other challenges that we eventually have to deal with. Many of us have proposed legislation to expand Medicaid, and it goes nowhere. You talk about bills that never see the light of day. That's an example.
Yeah, the pandemic has definitely exposed a lot of issues in our health system and compounded many of them. It's really challenging. So thank you so much for working on it. And we appreciate you really working hard for that. We have just a couple more questions. So one question from a graduate student in the audience said, graduate student education and rights as workers are very vulnerable in academia. Do you have any suggestions for what graduate students or undergraduate students can do in this, in their environment as students?
I want to make sure I understand the question. You said workers' rights?
Yeah, this is the student. It's a little bit complicated in academia because graduate students are kind of workers and kind of students. So, but in terms of students and what can students do in academia to kind of make a difference?
Well, advocacy is always the biggest thing, and I think people can prove their point by pointing to real life examples of how people are impacted. That speaks louder than I think anything else. So I would say, organize yourselves and make your presentation, make your case to whether it's, the governing body of the institute that you are attending, or it's something on a bigger scale, whether it's, the state or the county or one of our fine institutions here in the medical center.
Thank you. We really appreciate that advice for how people in the audience, especially students, can actually engage. And so I guess kind of one of the final questions that I'll ask is, in today's context of polarization and the pandemic and everything, how can scientists participate in building bipartisan coalitions around really important legislation to move forward and improve our world from an evidence-based perspective?
I'm going to pause right there because I'm about to enter your building.
Amazing. All right. We'll definitely be giving you a warm welcome. What amazing timing, am I right? Yeah. For those of you attending online, thanks for your patience. We will be seeing Senator Alvarado inside here in a minute. All right, everyone, please welcome Senator Alvarado. I'll turn the podium over to you.
Oh, you're kind. Thank you for juggling all of this.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you for your patience. It's good to see y'all in person. That was hard, trying to hold the phone and listen to the conversation. So do you want to repeat the last question?
Let me just find that again. Yeah. So in today's kind of polarized context, as you've mentioned, working in the legislature for so many years, how can scientists participate in building bipartisan coalitions to try and help advance evidence-based policy from scientific and student perspective?
Well, depending on what the issue is, I think, finding moderates on the other side of the aisle. And we've come together on many issues. We've come together on tackling expanding broadband throughout Texas, especially in rural Texas. But one of the things that we're still holding on to here in Texas, but it's waning, is bipartisanship. Like I said, I just came from Nacogdoches, where, the politics is very different than in my very urban district. So meeting some of the locals and listening to issues that are important to them, that's really part of the process too, is listening. You want to learn where your colleague is coming from, and you have, it's kind of an art, because you listen and then you want to explain your side. But we still are able to get some things done. If you look at, for example, in the Texas House, the speaker is selected by the body. So the speaker has to get support from Democrats and Republicans. And what we've seen, it tends to be a coalescing of Democrats and moderate Republicans. So that would be a starting point, I'd say.
Thanks.
Yeah.
That was actually our last question right now. Do you have any other final remarks before I wrap everything up?
Just thank you for having me here. Like I said, I looked at the list of speakers that you've had to come before you, a very distinguished group of individuals. I love what I do, but I tell you, it is getting harder to be in this business. It's a challenge, and there's so much divisiveness in our country right now, and many of us try to find things that we can bring people together to work on. Last session was extremely difficult. Like I said, the pandemic, coming up with rules, getting a consensus. Do we wear masks on the floor? Do we get tested? You talk about things that are science-based. I mean, that's something that shouldn't be a challenge. There should be no argument there. But unfortunately, simple things like the mask, you choose to wear it. I'm up here, I'm far away enough, I'm not going to wear it. But and getting everyone tested in your office, people that come in to visit you, and I don't know. I mean, we never know because we don't ask and they don't provide the information. But in our Senate, which of the 31 senators were vaccinated, which weren't, because maybe they'll tell you, but you don't know if the person you're sitting next to was, and that's kind of scary, So we, like I said, we had that, the pandemic, and then the redistricting, and then all the voting stuff. I mean, I hope somebody took good documentation, films a movie, writes a movie about it, because you talk about high stakes in politics. Everything that we did is impacting. Unfortunately, what happens in Texas doesn't stay in Texas. You see other legislatures that are passing similar bills to what we passed on voting, on basically doing away with Roe v. Wade in Texas. Now you see that happening in other states like Oklahoma. So it has a ripple effect. And now the law that was passed in Florida on, they call it Don't Say Gay, that will probably make its way to Texas. So all these things that happen in our state or other states, they have a way of repeating themselves and traveling to other places where the politics is a little similar.
Thank you. Everyone, please join me in thanking Senator Alvarado.
Yeah, and I'll stick around if y'all want to chat. Thanks.
Just so everyone is aware of the rest of the program, we're gonna break for a short networking session. Senator Alvarado has graciously agreed to stick around. So there's some coffee over there, might be some leftover meals, and please stick around for some networking. After that, in about probably 15-20 minutes, we're going to have some discussion groups, some moderated discussion groups. So if you'd like to stay for that, we'll make an announcement. And if you're joining virtually, please just stick around the room. We're going to post a Zoom link, another Zoom link in the webinar, so you can join different breakout rooms there. So thank you so much, everyone, for attending. We'll see you in the discussion sections, and have a great rest of your day.
Thank you. Thank you. You did a great job. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's so nice.